Because we have a number of recommendations. There is need to develop a commercialization program. There is need for program expansion, whereby you integrate this model in additional disciplines, so that does not, it's better food science for holistic cross-functional experience. This ensures that all students then within the university are able to have a related experience by doing product with different varied products. And then there is need to use junior company as a living laboratory for undergraduate basis, practical projects and publications. And finally, we need to get a dedicated funding that we are able to ensure sustainability and continuity of this kind of a model within the institution. And therefore, then, if another junior company confirms that learning by doing builds what classrooms cannot do. And thank you.
Let's give a better clap for Professor. Thank you so much, Prof, for a wonderful presentation, especially on junior company model, which we have been told is called FANACA from ESIU. Thank you so much. Let's give a better clap for us. Thank you. As we've done that, now we want to move to the next presenter. Our next presenter, I believe, just organized for the presentation next. It's here. Kindly, Charles. As I told you earlier, we are the whole world is presented here, and as he prepares to present, I wish to appreciate our visitors. Principals from various Rvtti institutions, feel welcome. Let's clap for them. A time is coming when they will be given a proper introduction. Just be patient. Then we have our partners who have worked with us throughout. Let's give a clap for appreciating their coming. Did we take something the morning? We are giving a very big clap. Can we do it again? Let's clap once again. Thank you so much. Those are appreciation to our partners. We have a number of partners who are with us here. Then we have visitors from South Africa. Let's give them a clap. We have visitors from Germany. Let's give a clap. Thank you. We'll keep on appreciating as they come in. Even the counter, SEC, they are presented here. Let's give them a clap. Feel welcome. Feel welcome. A time is coming that we'll do the proper introduction following the protocol. Thank you. Just a minute, you can have a seat. Before that, just a minute. Okay. Thank you. Let me invite Dr. Chumba to Professor Chumba, to end up our keynote speaker, the first one. Then you usher in the next presenter, Prof. Let's clap for him as he comes over.
All right, good morning. As you've heard, Professor Chumba Sami, I'm a member of the editorial board of Rvtti, and maybe the others might want to hear from us whether you are satisfied or areas of improvement and your own observations. So I saw Professor Rvtti to take you back. You made a very nice presentation this morning, and I'm pretty sure the audience here listened and would be the how make your observations, participants. If you had any observation that will need to be addressed, because that's not just a keynote speak, it was really a paper presented. Having said that, Professor Rvtti and your team, you know, I heard your title was talking about a model of entrepreneurship, employability, and economic resilience. Now, the aspect of employability, I don't know. I didn't get it clearly. I didn't see it coming out in that presentation. To me, Rvtti, that was very innovative, and in that title, because I had to talk much about yogurt. But when I read the title, I'm not seeing anything to do with yogurt. So it looks more like it's too open. But that was my observation, that where is the aspect of employability in that particular model? Then why did you leave out that key aspect of the yogurt part of it in the title? That's my observation. Maybe before you get to that, I don't know whether there's any other participant who has an observation on that presentation. Remember, the time is not on our side. Anybody who wants to make an observation or an input? Okay, Betty, Prof, maybe you can just address that, then we proceed.
The question is, where is the employability aspect in the presentation?
Yes.
And I would want to answer this way. I think one of the challenge we have in terms of youth employment is that what they are trained in class is disconnected to what is actually happening in the industry today. And that's why for most employers, after graduates, when they go into the industry, they have to be taken through another period of training because they have not acquired the key skills that are required in the industry. So here we have used yogurt as a model, whereby in class a student learns different theory aspects. For example, you help them understand you help them to develop key competencies that will be required in the industry. For example, if you go to the food fermentation industry, a student will be required to know how to measure pH, not just measure pH theoretically, but pH that will be linked to a product that will be consumed by a consumer. And therefore, as they are doing this, they have in mind whatever I am doing is for consumption and has a market value. So you pack those industry required skills in the time you are training the students. So you try to bring the disconnect between the theory in class and what is required in the industry. So it's impacting skills so that you have a student who have the skills and the knowledge, and therefore they are ready for the market.
All right, thank you. Now you want maybe give a clap to Madam Professor. So we still have two. We now move to keynote speakers, as already mentioned by the MC. This morning we have Dr. Askar Faisi. Dr. Askar Faisi holds a PhD in genetic engineering, and he is actually an internationally recognized TVET expert with over 18 years of leadership experience in skills development, policy, innovation, and institutional reforms. So we are really privileged to have you, Dr. Faisi, and I want to give you your time, 20 minutes to make your presentation. This is a keynote speaker, and you can listen, but we will allow maybe one or two questions or clarifications from the audience if need be. So welcome, Dr. Faisi.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for having me. I'm really glad to be here, and I'm actually honored to be among you all today. So let's go straight to the bottom, the AI, and which is revolutionizing everything, especially Tibet. So let's see what we can do with that. Have you seen this billboard? Rvtti, finish this billboard and continues with your skills are irreplaceable. So what is he saying? It's saying that AI is very powerful tools, but human skills and other especially Tibet skills and competencies are very important. But at the same time, especially teachers, we as a teacher, actually, Tibet teachers, are facing with this dilemma from replacement to the augmentation. This is how it goes. Do we replace with AI? No, I don't think so. There are some assumptions that they actually say that we don't know, or we don't need any teacher anymore. But it's not true. We are against that. Do we complementary with the AI? No, we are not agree with that at all. But we are augmentation. We are augmented with AI power. So we can have new version of our Tibet teacher augmented with the AI power. So this is the collaboration with AI, not replacement, not complementary, which leads us to our goal. The Tibet teacher should be synergetic teaming with AI, which means we have to, AI acts as a sophisticated cognitive partner. Thank you. But you teacher shape the AI parameter. You teacher adjust hallucination level. You teacher orchestrate the final learning environment. So, considering this goal, we have, actually it is an ongoing project in Iran, which we are doing at National University of Skills. I show you a brief methodology of that. In first phase, we are benchmarking literature synthesis. What we do read lots of actually AI competence framework available, or some publication which are available, and lots of initiatives that all around the world. We synthesize that, and then at the next phase, we contextualize the needs assessment for Tibet landscape. So we use consultation and Delphi methods in this phase, and the next phase was human-centered co-creation and design. This phase is very important. We have to work with industry and Tibet teacher together to figure it how we can deal with this. And then the validation and alignment with the competency continuous development program for teacher, and then evaluation and feedback loops. It goes on and on. You know, because the development and of technology is very fast forwarding, so we have to revise very fast. So let me skip the methodology. So we do the benchmarking. Most well-known framework available is UNESCO AI framework, EU Digicom, and OECD guidelines, and some other actually frameworks available. They have lots of core strategies like social ethic emphasizes by UNESCO, inclusive structure, organization for personalized learning by Digicom, and actually Digicom integrates all digital skills and including AI in their framework. So what they lack, they have limitation from the TVET sector. So they lack instruction with manual technical skills. They lack integration into physical competency-based education. They focus mostly entirely on the text and cognitive task, not physical training. So why don't we just copy and use the general education assumption, the general education and academic AI integration to the TVET sector? Because we are in the somehow different world. Let's see what is general education assumption. The general education assumption, the mission is future citizenship, higher education readiness, which the environment is classroom and digital actually screen, and they be assessed through their knowledge acquisition and cognitive output. And mostly the design is top-down academic design. But in TVET, our mission is immediate employability and explicit industry alignment. We have to align with the industry needs. We have to respond to that and respond to that immediately. And we work in environment like workshop, labs, and clinical setting or simulations. What do we assess? We assess competency-based education and assessment, providing manual execution and hybrid human AI experience. So, and about the design, we co-design our curricula with the industry advisory board, mirroring industry board and mirroring the industry needs. So, this is the gap we can find in general AI competency framework. We could put it another way. General AI, I mean the tools, are mostly focused on productivity. Educational AI tools are mostly on learning, but AI tools are mostly on competencies and implementabilities. I do not want to go through all the table, which means if we actually give the student technical problem, we can have two lines, maybe more, but I can explain it to you. A direct flow from prompting AI, getting the answer, actually and submitting to our validation, and this leads to cognitive offloading. and zero vocational competence. They did the work, but they don't acquire the competence. What we proposed second pass, they prompt AI. The AI don't provide the answer. They go through psychiatric, enforcement, process-oriented, friction. So they ask some more questions. They don't just simply say the answer. And this is what you can find in some learning AI. But activity, we need more. We need to have a threshold, a human in loop, manual verification. Then students perform manual calculation or physical test. They have to produce something. I don't know, maybe it's designing a circuit, then you have to put it together and make it. Yeah, make it alive. So this would help, would actually result in safe, competent education. It is important, safety, because when we are using AI, we might ignore the safety. So this is dangerous for our students. Let's move on. So the general idea of framework operate exclusively on the principle of human-centered vocational augmentation, which means we have two domains. The AI domains doing routines and theoretical parts, and human domain doing the physical safety enforcement, manual dexterity, ethical judgment, and professional skepticism, local compliance, verification. So we decide. Maybe AI can do lots of things, but we decide what to actually happen. So in our conceptual model, AI competency framework for Tibet, we build a matrix, use the core elements of the general competency framework, like UNESCO and other available competency framework, which is AI literacy, AI pedagogy, AI ethics and safety, AI personalization. But we are going to apply this concept in where? In Tibet concept, which is industry alignment. We have to actually align with the industry group, which we apply this concept in lab, workshops, simulations, in this environment. In competency-based assessment, especially, I emphasize on assessment. It is actually competency-based education and assessment, or training and assessment. Industry partnership and diverse learner. We have to cover diverse learner. Maybe some come from different background and perspective, so we have to cover all of them, or I can explain more. So this matrix is a conceptual model, which we try to make it general. So we have to do it for every field. You know, we have to go through each of these cells for every field. For example, for electronics, for mechanics, for nursing, healthcare, everything. The pedagogical core of ultimate AI integration is mastering the digital to physical world. We don't live just in digital world. Most of the TU sector is physical. So we have to make a bridge from digital AI ideation, which help us to create idea, concept, and everything, to bridge it to physical and manual execution, which we produce something. But it has to go through a gate, which is mandatory manual, which we call it slow AI. We can use lots of methods. I just say some of them here. I will explain later. So this is the gate we have go through to make this bridge. This is mandatory. So let's see what is look like in different sector. You know, in TU we are dealing with different trade, different field of study. So in electronics or accounting, fashion, textile, civil engineering, graphics and photography, they are completely different from each other. We choose this field because in our university, these are the most, actually, we have lots of students in this field. So these are priority for us. But we have to do for the rest of the fields that we have. So, for example, in civil engineering, generative AI can do the BIM for us, do all the calculation. But students have to evaluate and actually judge the result, avoiding the hallucination, and they have to verify the local codes. So this way, we can trust the result. So, what about ethics and safety diagnostic? Ethical AI is not just using AI for writing paper or essays, something. Something is the matter in general education or academic education mostly. But in TVET sector, it is very important. Complying with actually safety rules and physical life safety, liability and compliance is very important. For example, in electrical and civil engineering. We have to care about intellectual property and visual trust, which is important, for example, in fashion and graphics. We have actually to take care about financial secrecy and automation bias in accounting. So each field have different consideration. The competency-based assessment must provide to evaluate the process of AI verification rather than the final generated outputs. So we don't just evaluate the output, it's more important to evaluate the process of going through the outputs. So we can use several techniques. We can use Viva Voice, that oral events, we can ask student to actually say how they go through the process and they can reach this output. This is which I like, adversarial testing. We can put some errors in AI so as a student to evaluate the results and see if we can find the error. We can process the portfolios and BTS files so we can see how they go through. And we have to do hybrid physical validation. AI may actually simulate the theory, but the final exam require unaided manual dexterity. For example, dealing with high voltage wiring or physical garment construction are among the examples. So you can see industry partnership is very important, but how can industry help us through that? We have to have an industry advisory board to have intelligence from the latest AI development in the field, so we can create workplace AI sandbox, which teacher and student can play with that sandbox and experience that, which leads us to capstone co-design. This capstone is very crucial because mostly comes from industry problem and context. So it leads the TVET institutions and educators to adjust the pedagogy based on these activities. So I talked about the diverse learners that we have in TVET. AI must be inclusive and accessible for all. I can give you an example about using AI by Brazil. They develop offline AI. Students from remote area, they can, if they have access, very actually narrow window, they can upload the AI. They can work with that, and they can even, whenever they have the access, they can upload their work and go on. There are lots of examples. We can use it to facilitate language and accessibility. For example, in Latvia, I think it was in Latvia, they use it to the native, to translate to the native language. The manual and everything that we have got in TVET workshop, they use it to translate to other language, their native language. And spatial cognitive scaffolding. We can use AI power, VR and AR or XR to help neurodivergent students visualize two-dimensional blueprint transforming into 3D structure before attempting physical or cuts or drafting. So, for this framework, we have to develop the level. So, we decided to have 3 levels. Foundation, which is mostly working on awareness and basic issues. Then application and integration and adaptation with TVET system, which is very important stage. We can use and adapt the AI in our everyday practice at workshop. The third level is innovation, which is the transformation and leadership. The teacher who co-design with industry and develop AI tools and integrate it into the TVET. So, for transition and implementation with the transition education from traditional instructor to facilitator of hybrid AI manual mastering, we have to maintain the human threshold, align with the industry sandbox, assess the process, and come into spiral CPD, which is very important. So I will leave you with a question. For digital AI generation, to bridge digital AI generation into the physical workshop execution, what we have to do? We can set aside and let AI dictate the pedagogy and education to us, but we can take the leadership and we will build the bridge to synergetic teaming with AI. This is the question. Hopefully we could find a good answer for that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Facey, for that presentation. This being a keynote address, we'll just give a chance to one or two people who may want clarification. Others, AI is here to stay, and I like your presentation that we need to address it and use it ethically. Any concern from audience members?
Thank you very much for the presentation on AI. Two things that I think perhaps they are in your detailed paper, but they did come out strongly. One is speaking to authentic assessment, because we want at the end of the day, we assess the learner on the skills and competencies the learner has. We've heard of the story where a faculty uses AI to prepare a lesson and an assignment. The learner uses AI to respond to the assignment, and the faculty assesses the learner using AI. That we've already lost it. So that's one area I really would want to bring out strongly. Then number two, you've spoken to diverse learners, which is good. How I wish we talk about inclusivity, because I was asking myself, how do we address the use of AI in TVET for learners with disabilities? I know you talked of neurodivergent only, but I was asking myself, those who have maybe hearing impairments, they cannot see, and so on. Because we want to ensure equity and equality in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I've been asked to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Peter Changelwa Kigwil. I'm an editor to this journal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Where is Dr. Terry? Dr. Face, you can respond to that, so that we can conclude.
Actually, I want to ask you all, I would really appreciate if you can help us through this project, and we would value your opinion to make it more complete and better. But you raised a very important actually aspect of this project. Because of that concern and the difference between TVET and academic education, we have to consider competency assessment. So, which means the authentication, and we have to put human in the loop. Not AI can help us, but we decide. We go through the maybe calculation, and we go to the, you can see we propose to, this one. We have to reinvent the assessment to make it more authentic. So some of the old assessment methods, I think we cannot use them anymore, because every child can use ChatGPT to find, for example, fortress answer. So we have to reinvent it. So one of the tools is process 44 years and BTS. We have to go through, even they are using the AI, we have to go through the way they have come with the output. And the AI that we are using in Tibet is not the general AI. It is going through Socratic, actually questioning, not just giving the answer. This way, students can learn and do some actually thinking and earn some skills. But at the end of the day, we are working at Tibet, so we have to actually come up with the products, with goods, with services. So evaluating the final product and the process of reaching that product is our actually methods that we can use. And about the inclusivity, yes, AI has two blades. One could increase the digital divide. So that's a pity. We have to go through that, and we have to consider to develop some new tools, which we can develop with level 3 teachers, co-design with the industry. They can help us, and we together can come up with this solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tracy. Just a clap for him as he comes to sit down. Thank you very much for that presentation. Very informative indeed, this generation. We have one more keynote speaker. I hope she's here. No seeing. Oh, she's there. Okay. We have a keynote speaker, Dr. Christina. Dr. Christina Boyden, I hope you are there. Ready? Come, I'll introduce you. Dr. Mrs. Christina Boyden is a senior lecturer at Department of Vocational and Technical Education, University of Cape Coast in Ghana. Welcome to Kenya, Dr. Mrs. Christina Boyden. She is a distinguished teacher with nearly 3 decades of experience in technical and vocational education and training. And her area of expertise includes TVET leadership, leadership development and training. And she is currently the coordinator of the UNESCO UNIFOC Center at the University of Cape Coast, Ghana. And she previously served as a vice dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology Education in the same university. So I am so much privileged to have her to address us, to give us a keynote address on the topic that she chose. And we'll give you 20 minutes because of time. I hope you'll be able to manage within 20 minutes so that we can move to our next item. So welcome very much. An applause to her, she presents.
Distinguished Chairperson. Honorable ministers and officers of state, they are here. Representatives of government and industry, representatives of our development partners, principals and heads of educational institutions here present, members of academia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I bring you greetings from Ghana, where so much is happening. But for the sake of time, I would say catch me during the health break, and I can tell you more. Right now, our focus is on the theme for this conference, which is transforming TVET from second-tier choices to the first-tier choice for all gender and social class. For this, I have fashioned out something small for myself, and that is what we see on the board. Repositioning TVET, or if you like, technical vocational education and training, from an educational marginalization to a premium pathway for inclusive human capital development. And this topic is not something we can respond looking at what is going on today. The topic calls us to examine how TVET can be transformed from a historically marginalized educational pathway into a prestigious, inclusive, and strategic mechanism for development of our human resource today. Now, around the world, we know that the world of work is changing. So much is happening. There is technological disruption. This day and age, artificial intelligence is what is determining the kind of skills that we need. There is a sharp shift in demographics. Now there's digitization. There is automation. All these are demanding that we take a look at our current educational structure or educational systems. But central to this, what is happening, is the question. I believe the first question people talk about or think about is our education really important, or does it matter? But the actual question is, what kind of education is required to prepare individuals and societies for success in an increasing complex and rapidly changing world of work? Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that the answer is TVET. You know already. Therefore, we need to take a second look at how we envision TVET TVET must no longer be treated as a second choice educational pathway. It must be repositioned as a premium route to producing the skilled, innovative, productive, entrepreneurial, and productive human resources that we require for inclusive national transformation and sustainable development. I will tell you why we need to do that now. The first thing is that years ago, when scholars talk about human capital development, they were talking about mere number of years in school or amount of investment that is going into education. That is no longer the case. When countries talked about land, natural resources, minerals, and others as their source of development, the case is no longer like that. Today, we talk about the nature of your workforce, the kind of skills they have. Now, the International Labour Organization, in its forecast for future labour market projections, are saying that currently there are over 1 million jobs that exist, but in the next 10 years, these jobs will no longer be existing. Again, they are saying that these jobs will be replaced by 1 million more. The difference is it will require a different kind of labor force, because the skills that we have today will not apply because of the constant changing or changes in our labor market. If you look at the demands of the fourth industrial revolution, you are looking for automation, you are looking for digitalization, you are looking for artificial intelligence. We in Africa haven't gotten there yet. But even before we get there, there is the demand for Industry 5.0, which requires that beyond all the digitalization and the artificial intelligence, we should also be able to produce a worker who can combine both the technical competencies as well as human competencies. That means that our educational system should evolve to include producing a future labor market participants who can actually be capable of working alongside clever machines and put a human face to the process. This reality, therefore, leads to my next question, which says that, or which we can all think about. Does a nation, or can a nation become industrialized? Can any economy transform Can any nation achieve suitable development without vocational technical education? Why am I saying that? Because we know that vocational technical education is the type of education that aligns educational goals with the needs and demands of the labor market. Our human capital development, therefore, needs to be modified. We must understand that there is the need right now to start looking at holistic development of our workforces, so we are able to provide the knowledge, the skills, the attitudes, the values, the creativity, and the entrepreneurial competencies that is required of this 21st century. The other reason that we need to look at our educational system and take a second look at Tibet is Africa's youthful population. Again, according to the UNESCO, Africa has the youngest population in the world. They predict that by the year 2050, the continent's population will exceed 2.5 billion. We are the youngest, but we are also the fastest growing. That is not the issue. The issue is that about 60% of this population will be in the productive age of 16 to 35 years. And you know what? Many experts are afraid because this presents us with an opportunity and at the same time a warning. It will be an opportunity for us if we are able to provide this huge sector of our populace with the right kind of skills that we will require to explore our vast natural resources, because nobody can take it from us. Africa is endowed with a lot of natural resources. Unfortunately, that is not the issue. The issue is that we need the right kind of skills in the right numbers to take advantage of such an opportunity. On the other hand, if we fail to provide this population with the right skills to do the right thing, then it will be a calamity on our hands. We will have unemployment, increasingly poverty, social instability, immigration pressures, and economic economy that may be dependent on outside support, something we wish as Africans to move away from. The answer to this and what we wish to do is in Tibet. like South Korea, Singapore, China, and Germany have transformed their economies, not because they are vested in natural resources, but because they invested in their human capital development. Ladies and gentlemen, there is also what we call the skill paradox. This day and age, you hear about graduates from school having all the diplomas, the certificates, the degrees, but are unable to find employment. But on the other hand, we also have employers and industry who have vacancies and looking for skilled labor. So we have what we call the skill mismatch. It is not uncommon these days to see industries importing expertise from Asia. I don't want to mention any name, but at least in my country it happens. But the question is, why do we have TVET, the kind of education that can actually give us the kind of workforce that we need to build today's nations, or to build our future, still being seen as an inferior? Why is that happening? Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is in our past. TVET is marginalized because of how it has started. We have inherited colonial education systems that only concentrated on developing clerical and administrative, if you like, workforce to propagate the interests of our colonial masses. Over the years, this became the norm, where as a society we imbibed this need for white-collar jobs and for the kind of skills that will serve that purpose. So parents were proud to present their children who are graduating from schools and universities with degrees. And we failed, or the society failed, to acknowledge those who had the skills in areas like plumbing, electricity, electricals, technical occupations and vocational careers, which was actually what we needed. But that mindset or that perception is flawed because it refuses to acknowledge the realities that we have. We have our independence now. So what are we doing with this outdated and outmoded perception? What are we doing with that? Ladies and gentlemen, we need to move away from that. And that is why I am calling for a new vision for TVET in Africa. And I'm not just daydreaming. This hall has not come just as an aspiration. It is actually rooted on 3 things. Africa, or the continent of Africa, has developed an Agenda 2063, which is normally referred to as the Africa we need. And on this agenda, there's a call for inclusive growth and sustainable development supported by a well-educated citizenship or citizenry, and a skilled revolution underpinned by science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Just recently, the continent of Africa unveiled its TVET strategy 2025 to 2034. And in that strategy, one of the pillars is that TVET will be elevated, or TVET be elevated as a strategic tool for social justice, employability, lifelong learning, digital transformation, and economic competitiveness. That strategy, according to the African Union, places particular emphasis on women, youth, vulnerable populations, and workers in the informal sector. Similarly, UNESCO Univo has a TVET strategy 2022 to 2029 that envisions TVET as a driver of success and a just transition through its global network of the book centers, of which Rvtti and the University of Cape are part. All these frameworks come together or converge to support the message that TVET can no longer be viewed as a remedial educational pathway. It increasingly needs reorganization as a strategic instrument for economic transformation, social inclusion, environmental stability, and human capital development. And that is where I am coming from. Beyond that, there are evidence across Africa which points to the fact that TVET, done well and done properly, can be essential or can solve our future labor market needs. We can talk of Rwanda after the 1994 genocide. The government realized that rebuilding Rwanda needs a national investment in people or in its youth. So government established intentional strategies, including establishing the integrated polytechnics, regional colleges, and strengthened industrial partnership. Today, TVET supports key sectors of the Rwandan economy: hospitality, construction, manufacturing, ICT, and what have you. if you go to Morocco, there is an example of an intentional link between industry and skills development. Morocco's automobile and aerospace industry is an example for all of us to copy. Skills development has become demand-driven because it is this industry that is determining what should happen. Let's come to Kenya. I think there's a beautiful example that all of us in Africa look up to. And that is the Higher Education Loans Board and their activities. Today, the Higher Education Loans Board in Kenya offers scholarships and financial support beyond students in our traditional universities. They offer financial support to the disadvantaged and people in vocational technical education who are really serious and we want to stay on that path. That tells you that TVET repositioned or re-envisioned and work. So what am I saying if I say that we should carve out a new vision for TVET in Africa? We need an intentional strategy. Strategies that will put TVET as a pathway of prestige and excellence, innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership. We need a transformation to totally rebrand TVET at all levels: policy, institutions, societal, and cultural levels. So first, government needs to make TVET a priority in their funding or their investments. We cannot hold the youth of today and ask them to come and sit in the dilapidated classrooms, old, outdated equipment, and labs, and expect them to stay there. We need to rebrand our institutions. We need new equipment. We need new labs, and that requires an intentional strategy to invest and invest more in TVET. Our curriculum needs to change, like I have said. Our programs must go beyond just training for occupations, specific occupations. We need to include entrepreneurship. We need to include critical thinking, digitalization, literacy, communicative skills, leadership training, environmental stability, and above all, we need to make the worker we need to produce workers who will be adaptable, creative, and capable of lifelong learning. We need strong industrial partnership with our educational institutions. Industry cannot sit, or our employers cannot sit back and complain. That will not get us anywhere. They need to come to the table and support the training. They need to offer their workshops, their equipment for training. can no longer ignore the involvement of women. We need to ensure that we have equal representation of women and men in our workforce. Because if you look at Africa's population, 50 to 51% are women. Yet in Tibet, they are underrepresented. And even when they are represented, it is deeply gendered, skewed. Very few occupations are for women because that's our mentality. And the vast number of occupations and careers are open to men. How do we continue to marginalize 50% of our population? We need to move away from that. All these barriers must be dismantled. Trying to bring my talk to an end, I am calling for a social contract. And when we talk about a social contract, we are talking about a pledge for everyone in the society to play their role. Government must invest strategically in skills development. Industry must become co-partners and co-creators of learning. Institutions must collaborate rather than compete so that we can produce and can share the limited resources that we have. Parents must recognize the diverse forms of talents that we have in our children and allow them to pursue what they want. Communities must celebrate skilled work and the skilled worker. Policymakers must prioritize human capital development towards the future. And then the young people themselves must view skills as a pathway to opportunities and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are asking for, or what I am requesting from you, is that all of us need to work towards transforming Tibet from a second-tier option into a first-tier pathway for all, regardless of gender, social background, or economic status. Because the 31st century or the 21st century will not reward nations merely for expanding education. It will reward nations that align their educational systems with opportunities, skills with productivity, innovation with inclusion, and the learning with human capital development. Repositioning Tibet is therefore not simply an educational slogan, and it should not. It must become an economic agenda, a social agenda, a sustainability agenda, and ultimately a nation-building agenda. Thank you very much for your attention, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Budi, for that very informative speech, address. It's true that actually we're now thinking about repositioning Tibet, moving away from being marginalized to being a premier human resource capital, development capital. I want to give a chance to you, to the participants, if you have any input or observation. You can see Professor Rvtti is here. He's one of the champions in TVET. In Kenya, it's true that some times back, TVET was being marginalized. But really, when we talk about Kenya currently, we've moved away from being marginalized to being really a premier resource development. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any contribution or any observation, as the message from Dr. Christina. Any input? Professor Rvtti.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Last evening on our TV 9 o'clock news, there was a gentleman from UNDP, there is a resident representative, who was speaking about a program that UNDP is trying to start targeting the youth. But one of his highlights is a factual statement that in Kenya, for example, the majority of jobs are not created in the formal private sector, but in the informal sector. How does that dovetail with your presentation? Because increasingly the youth we produce have nowhere to go. How should we handle this from an African perspective? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rvtti. Maybe you can give your input.
Thank you for your question. I think that is not just the case of Kenya. If you look across Africa, and I always say that our issues and our problems are not isolated. We share similar challenges. A huge part of our labor market is in the informal sector. That means that we cannot continue to ignore that sector. We need to reorganize. First of all, we need to reach out. Most of the time when we talk about teaming up with industry, we are looking at the larger companies. But it is also true that in Africa, those who actually offer jobs are not the large industry because they are not here. How many do we have? It is the informal sector that actually has the capacity. And that is why we need to reach out. We need some form of organization and reorganization. If you come to, let's say, Ghana, for instance, I don't know of Kenya, but we have sector councils these days. And many of the players are from the informal sector who are coming together to work with the educational institutions to set up the agenda for training. We need to consult with them. They need to tell us the kind of standards, the occupational standards, if you like, that they require and how training should be. So there is the need for reorganization, and there's the need to take a look at what our situation is. I keep saying, right from the beginning, that is the situation in which we are now. And the earlier we reorganize and position ourselves to take advantage of what we have, the better. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Christina, and I believe that marks the end of our presentation. So you can give her an applause as she sits down. Very informative. So at this juncture, I want to return the mic to the MC to give us a way forward.
Let's all of us stand up to our feet as we have the national anthem.
Let us pray. Almighty God, source of wisdom, knowledge and understanding, Lord, we thank you this morning because of the gift of life. Thank you for bringing us here together at this 14th conference, King of Glory. So Lord, we thank you because you've been with us, you led us, you brought us from different parts of the country, across the world, to be here because of this conference program. We commit this conference into your able hands, O King of Glory. We pray the Lord, may you bless it in the name of Jesus. We also thank you because of the government, because of its vision, and because of support towards Tibet, O King of Glory. We pray the Lord, may we continue blessing as it continues to support this. And the institutions, oh Father, want to pray the Lord and give them more grace in Jesus' name. Thank you because of State Department for Tibet, how I pray that you continue blessing them as they continue, Father, Lord, championing skills development and also innovations, oh God, in our nation. I want to pray that you be with them in the name of Jesus. We also thank you this morning because of our visitors who have come from different places, and there's visitors from State Department for Tibet. We want to thank you because of them. We thank you because of the leadership of this institution and all the leaders who are representing different institutions in this place. We pray the Lord bless them in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Even this, as we continue with this conference, we want to pray that Jehovah Jireh be with us all the days that are remaining, O King of Glory. May you make this conference, O God, have an impact in our lives, an impact in this country, and also in our interests in the name of Jesus Christ. That King of Glory, the skills that are going to come out of this, Lord, shall be of great importance to us and also the communities at large in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you, bless you, even as we shall be doing all that we shall be doing here. We need your guidance and your direction. We thank you, bless you. We pray this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. 6 please take us on the stage. Thank you so much. Our chief guests, chief principals, trainers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Rvtti, our international conference, the 14th international conference. We welcome you all. And we want to inform you that feel at home as we start this second session. And at this point, I want to appreciate all of us who have come here today. This is an event that marks a serious innovation period, and therefore we want to invite all of you to this event. At this point, I want to invite the research coordinator to give us a brief of what we expect from now on.
Thank you very much. My name is Rvtti. I'm the research coordinator and the managing editor for the African Channel of Rvtti. So our chief guest, Principal Secretary, State Department for Research, Science and Innovation, in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Professor Shaukat Razak, the representative of the Governor of Yosakishu County, Honorable Jonathan P. Ministry officials, representative presence, the chairpersons of the Rvtti Board of Governors, Professor Some, and all board members, the chairperson, SIDA CEO, the CEO, Case Tivet, the Rvtti Chief Editor, Dr. Aweru, Professor Aweru, and the board members for the African Channel, the principals from all the county representatives across, and university representatives, institution leaders, distinguished delegates, researchers, industry partners, innovators, development partners, members of staff, trainees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I want to welcome you to this 14th Rvtti International Conference. This year, Your Excellency, this conference has attracted international presenters from Iran, from Germany, from China, from Ethiopia, from Botswana, from Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, from Tanzania, and from USA. Most of them are here with us. So this conference has been designed as a platform for intellectual exchange across diverse areas, including AI, digitalization, innovative pedagogy, climate resilience, entrepreneurship, governance, health, agriculture and engineering. Those are the sub-themes for this international conference. So, as researchers, we must recognize that knowledge holds no power. It is locked behind expensive, restrictive pathways. This is why we are incredibly proud of the African Journal of Tibet. That is the Rvtti channel, which we are going to launch Volume 11 for this channel. Fully peer-reviewed and open access dedicated to vocational research. By offering a global accessible platform, we are actively encountering the commercialization of foundational knowledge. We are ensuring that a researcher in rural Tibet institution and industry practitioner anywhere in Africa can easily access. Ladies and gentlemen, the true measure of research is not the number of papers presented, but the impact generated. Let us therefore focus on solutions that are scalable, inclusive, sustainable, and capable of improving lives. Last and most importantly, our session chairs, peer reviewers, have worked tirelessly to curate highly rigorous, exciting program. We received over 150 abstracts, scientific abstracts for presentation, and the board approved 125 for presentation in this conference. So I urge everyone to engage fearlessly in the plenary session, ask the tough questions, and defend your ideas for this paper presentation. Thank you for bringing your best research to Rvtti. Let us make these 2 days count. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Now we know what we expect ahead of us, and we've been invited to this event and the presentation that we shall have after. Now, at this point, I would like to invite the Chief Principal Rvtti to come and introduce our guests today. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Chief Principal.
Thank you, MC. I do not know if I can be heard from behind there. If you're hearing us, please lift up your hand. And then we say, Kenya, oye. Kenya, oye. If you're not Kenyan, I don't think you lifted your hand. And then now we go to the next. East Africa, oye. Now, how do I say the other one? Africa, oye. And then the rest of us? Yes. Everyone who is in this world. How are you? Thank you so much that you came. Because if you do not come, you can imagine what this day would have been for us. I wanted us to appreciate Mr. Rvtti and his team for doing the MC work. When you stand here, you need to be encouraged. So msikae wagumu sana na makofi. Naomba tu. Those of us who are not used to standing here every day and looking at people looking at you, you just need to be encouraged. So thank you so much for coming. My name is Rvtti, and I'm really delighted because in this room is my mentor who shaped what we're doing in Tibet today. And I am sure even now as I stand, he could be saying there's something I did not learn enough, but he'll tell me when we are done. So our chief guest, the PS State Department for Research, Science and Innovation, Professor Shaukat. We are deeply honored. Thank you. The representative from PS State Department for Tibet, thank you for coming. The representative of the county government, we can feel we are safe. Let's appreciate. Yes, all ministry officials represented. CEOs, I know they are here. CEOs, at least we have one representing the rest. But I'm told CEO SIDAC or chairman is just around because the chairman is a, yes. As we celebrate 14 years, that's our alumni. I do not know how many years back. The other day he launched the alumni and he said he doesn't know how he fits in here because the alumni is so young and he has been here many years. We thank you, sir. Chairman of institutions, of parastatals, the universities that are represented here, the CATI principals present here. Kiwaita simu nafanya tu hivi ndio tujue. I could be reading and people are not there. Yes, the CEO KS Tibet, you were put separately, I think because many of us owe it to KS Tibet for who we are today. The Afri Tibet editorial board, the principals from CATI institutions, representatives, thank you, representatives as well from CATI, our partners. I don't know if they are here or they are out there displaying what they have. Our partners, at least we have one in the house. We also have partners from outside, they don't know they are partners, but they are the staff and the students of Rvtti, distinguished delegates, researchers, industry partners, and innovators, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yeah, don't look at your watch, at chakula lunch. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you. There's an office, I am not sure where they're sitting. Take out the DCC. You have hidden yourself until Amandu. DCC, please stand. Yes, we are in his jurisdiction. Thank you, thank you. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this 14th Rvtti International Conference. This gathering comes at a time when Tibet is expected to respond to some of the world's most pressing challenges. That is the rapid technological change, the climate concerns, youth unemployment, and evolving workplace demands. I'm sure many of us who know the climate of this place know that June is usually very cold. So when we talk of climate change, climate concerns, it's real. Our theme, Transformative Agenda in Tibet, Research and Innovation for Sustainable Development, challenges us to rethink how institutions prepare learners for the future. It is the reason we are here today. And each one of us, I pray that as we go back, that we may be able to reflect not just on the theme, but on how we can be able to ensure that we actualize this thing. I'm just trying to run fast because we are so short of time, but so that I do not forget, the chair will give you an opportunity to introduce your members. I just want to ask the principals to just stand, and because I realize you're so few, and you're the people funding some of these events. Principals of Rvtti and their representatives. Thank you. And the peers who is here today can speak to some of the needs that we have in our institutions. The universities that are here, at least I know 2. Oh, there are 3. Oh, there are 4. Wow, 5. Wow, can you stand? Let's stand and see. You will be introduced at a later time as, yes, those are, yes, even when you are a university. Yes, they are very, yes. Okay, and my brother Mark? Mark? Okay, fine. All right, now, this is great, thank you. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Yeah, I think the rest of us will be introduced by the chair of the editorial, the chief editor, and the chair of the board. So as we continue, I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to discuss global sustainable development, we do not need to look far for evidence of what is possible. We only need to look at our own classrooms and workshops. Just recently in the Kenyan space, we had skills competitions and Tibet fairs, and we had students demonstrating innovations that challenged us, and many of our regions were able to send students to the national competitions. We had fields like engineering, agricultural engineering, applied sciences, and not forgetting mechatronics. Also had the skills competition that students actually participated in real work. For those who are doing hairdressing, they had to do the actual work of hairdressing. If they were that wins a trophy at a regional or a national competition, but lacks capital, cannot build a sustainable future. True transformation and deliberate quadruple helix that collaborates, a seamless bridge connecting the Tibet institutions, the industry, the government, and the private sector. It is for that reason that we all sit here today. We have noticed that having implemented CBET, we have done much better in terms of hands-on skills than we did before. And because of that, we are grateful to the government for giving the directive and giving the funding to support us. Ladies and gentlemen, you sit here, consider support, consider picking up, consider mentoring, consider venture capital and industrial spaces, relevant support systems that are required to ensure that these innovations are not just prototypes, but they are moved to the commercial end and they can become products that we in the world can be able to consume. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our sponsors, our partners, CPF. I do not know if they're here. CPF, I know they have a tent and they're here. CPF, they're down there. Someone tell them we are appreciating them. The Absa Bank, Eldoret branch, 64 Auto Solutions. Are they here in the house? Many of them would rather be out there. The True Foods, the Lion Hills, the Coffee School, Eldoret National Polytechnic, Kabete National Polytechnic, Geria Technical, and all the principals that are here. If you do not come, then we would not experience the kind of support. New KCC and all exhibitors, your support demonstrates the power of collaboration in advancing research, innovation, skills development, and sustainable growth. As we reflect on the transformative power of research and innovation, we are reminded that scholarly publications play a critical role in preserving knowledge, fostering intellectual dialogue, and advancing evidence-based practices. It is therefore my distinct honor that whose founder, Dr. Taru, is right here with us. And sir, we are proud that you started this time. Maybe when he gets the opportunity before he does the presentation, I'll request that he may tell us. We are launching the 12th, but we are celebrating 14. Appreciation. Want to thank the team, the exceptional work that has been done by the editorial board members, led by Professor Waweru. The editorial team. Whether it is past or present, you have been that space. Thank you, including Dr. Yes, take a lot of time to go through and ensure that whatever is presented meets and exceeds excellence in our TVET institutions and the universities. Ladies and gentlemen, over these few days, I encourage all participants to exchange openly, share evidence-based ideas, challenge conventional thinking, build collaborations, and form partnerships that outlive this three-day event. The conversation we hold here should continue and contribute to a more responsive, inclusive, and sustainable TVET space, and especially the world that we're living in. I warmly welcome you all to Rvtti and wish you a fruitful deliberation. Thank you. God bless you. Your guest of honor, sir, allow me at this point to invite the chair, Professor Song. Karibu. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal. Our guest, Professor Shaukat Abdurasaq, representatives of PSS, representative of the Governor of Wasingishu County, ministry officials, my RTTI Board of Governors, we are 10 in number. Principal is our secretary. Ben Mumia, you hear your name, stand up and sit down. Deepen Pat, Dorothy Owiro, thank you. John Tarus, Susan San, Meshach Obora. later. Chairperson of SIDAC, President, Chairperson of CARES Tibet, Rvtti Editorial Board, introduced, and principals from CATI and representatives from other partner institutions, including universities. The chief principal and management of Rvtti, distinguished delegates such as industry partners, innovators, development partners, members of staff, students, trainees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Rvtti Board of Governors, it is my distinct privilege and honor to welcome you to Rvtti Institute for its 14th international conference. When the board looks at Rvtti, we see something far greater than conventional Institute of Ireland. We see an active and expanding UNESCO UNIVOC network member. We see an East African Center of Excellence that carries a profound responsibility not only for Kenya development but for the entire Eastern Africa region. Ladies and gentlemen, as a board, our mandate extends far beyond managing infrastructure or balancing budgets that we do also. Our true mandate is to govern for research and innovation to deliver sustainable development. The institution framework must be also intellectual property frameworks. Why? Because we want to ensure that when Rvtti trainees or faculty members design a groundbreaking prototype, innovation without fear is our board mandate. We also recognize that advanced research requires modern tools. While we are immensely grateful, here present, we thank you, and also the private sector entities. Our call is to unambiguously to ensure our labs, our workshops, economies. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides a timely opportunity to examine how leadership, policy, and institutional culture can support emerging priorities such as digital transformation, climate action, and entrepreneurship environments where creativity is encouraged, diversity is valued, and evidence informs every level of decision making. I commend the chief principal providing this world-class platform for dialogue and for discovery announcement. To all our participants, I wish you a conference that sparks ideas which will outlive this week and transform our communities. And I thank you. Thank you. The good part about reading is that you read everything written, but some are not.
Our chief guest today, Professor Rvtti, our board members, our development partners who are here, ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting the Minister of CC member for education, vocational training, library services, culture, gender, for His Excellency Dr. Jonathan Bicherili, who is the governor of Singisha County. And it is humbling also to know that we all have his blessings to be here. He sent me to represent him in this function as we celebrate our TVETs in regards to research and innovation. Back then, after Form 4 from Kenya High School, I went to teach at Kongoni Secondary School. And when I was asked by the BOG members which subjects mine were all sciences, so I was teaching biology, chemistry, and physics. Why? Because that is my area, and I've always pride myself in knowing that when we were young, we were told about, with the second president, tupande miti, tuzuie nini? Mmomonyoko wa udongo, and we could sing all those songs many a times. But right now, we are all seeing the effect of climate change. And even as we celebrate research in our vocational training or TVETs, we want to confirm that green skilling is no option for us. With the renewable energy in whichever way and protecting our environment, it is very key. Mother Nature will when you protect Mother Nature, Mother Nature will protect you. And I speak this as a leader also, that as we welcome technology in the world, and I always want to remind people, when we were told about digital migration in Kenya, we were all wondering, what is all this? You remember the televisions we used to have, our chief guest, Niko inaleta mchele, and one of the young child migration thinking it will not happen. Here we are, and we are being told AI is real, whether we like it or not. All the advantages of technology are here with us. Criticism. It actually helps you to align yourself with the transparency and good governance. So as leaders, we don't avoid criticism. The technology of negative energy. The other time, His Excellency the Governor took Wi-Fi, the hotspot, in one of the villages. And parents came up in arms saying, we have actually brought this Wi-Fi, so our youths are waking up early in the morning, 6 a.m. to go and sit at the market just because they want free Wi-Fi. And what are they doing? Criticizing the leadership or the government, or ensuring that our youths are not taking too much time. Why do I say this? It's because when we talk of technology, it is good for us to know the ethical bit, the moral bit. It is up to us to instill it in our children. So, as leaders, let us instill discipline to our youth where we can, of course, sababu pia technology inawafunza mengi sana to school. The master craftsman, we really want to appreciate His Excellency the President also for having seen it fit to ensure that there is certification for our knowledge, and yet they do not have the certificate. The NITA certificate is very key, and it is now recognized globally. For our county, His Excellency the President, the Governor, Jonathan Chelili, he's been very keen on what happens to our youth once they have the technical training skills. And that is why we also want to appreciate, we have 13 vocational training centers here in Uasin Gishu County with various courses, hands-on skills of course. We are now introducing green skilling also as a matter of urgency, because of our youths need to know what the responsibility they can actually take in taking action with climate action. We also have our 2 vocational training that are now under construction, because he endeavors to have 30 vocational training, at least 1 vocational training in every ward. We have 30 wards in Uasin Gishu County. We also want to appreciate that the hands-on skills and technical skills are now being picked up by our youths. When you go to an interview and you went to university like me, and then you realize those who the interviewees, you realize that you will tense a bit because they are more hands-on than the theoretical university bit. In Juakali, we have potato processing plant in Ainapkoi. Yes, we also have a milk processing plant taking place in Kapseret. We also have asphalt, the foundational learning bit. All our pupils, our ECD learners are having milk every Tuesday and Thursday in this county. And it started, we can encourage leaders to continue serving the people with dignity. Otherwise, I do not want to
Thank you so much. Our chief guest today, the PS State Department of Innovation, Research and Innovation. Our chief principal who is here, and the principals from other colleges, the chairman of the board of this very great institution, and the board, invited guests from Nakuru, the fastest growing city in Kenya. It's very good to stay here. If you have investment, this is a good place to invest. And the chief guest, before I say one or two, I would like to recognize the Tibet County Director to say a word before we invite the chief guest. Karibu sana. Just a minute.
In this 14th research, it's the 14th international conference. So I'll just have a small speech that starts over. Rvtti has always stood for bringing together nations, share failures along with successes, and live with ideas we couldn't have reached alone. Over the next few, hope is that you engage with it actively, ask the tough questions, introduce yourself to someone outside your field, take one idea. The energy doesn't end when we walk out of the door. The real work starts after, when we turn these discussions into projects, publications.
I didn't want to give the PS because he'll be closing tomorrow, but as Oko amesema, patia makofi. I want to allow all of us to stand as we welcome the chief guest because of time. Nataka tupatie makofi ya Nyayo kama ulikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo. Moja. Karibu PS. Uhutubie.
Thank you very much. Let me first and foremost take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the leadership here of common leadership, my sister who is representing my sister, the PS in charge of TVET, the leadership of this county, developing partners, leaders from various entities, so to speak, and of course very important trainers and our students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, including our also at the international level as well. It really gives me a great pleasure and an honor that I accepted to come and grace this occasion today. And this is the beauty of having colleagues and friends who can make one call and you cannot say no. When Professor Some, he needs a big clap. When Professor Some, he just sent a message. I was in, and what a coincidence, because we really need to say this. I was accompanying the Prime Cabinet Secretary in South Korea. We were in Seoul, and I saw a text, and he said, look, we would like to invite you for this. I said, let me check. When I get back, I'm going to look at my schedule. To be very honest, I'm not supposed to be here. But then I said, This is a very important gathering. This is a very important institution that I cannot miss. So I did my level best. So I'm very honored to be with you so that we can be able to discuss and be able to appreciate and be able to see how we can take this institution, how we can move forward with TVET, and how we celebrate the 14th International Conference for Sustainable Development. Is very timely, in my opinion, and it's very strategic. So really want to congratulate the team that has put all these three. It also speaks to this aspect of how we can build capacity and capability in middle level, for the sake of it, but how we can be able to create more jobs and how we can create more wealth. Every time I go to TVET activities, TVET that we are using, the vehicles that we are manufacturing, there is a huge component of TVET in that. The buildings that we are constructing, what the representative, my sister, the minister, representative of housing, the chunk of it is actually TVET. And that's why the government is very keen to ensure that we can be able to tap, we can be able to take care of more than 60% of our students that complete their secondary education, so to speak. Because you know very well, transition rate is around 30%, that will be able to get C+ and above. What happens to the others? And that's why they have a space. That's why they have a place that they can be able to go. When you look at countries, and that's where I refer to South Korea, countries like South Korea, countries like Singapore, countries like China, they were in sector such as this in TVET mostly. Because there is no country that can be able to transform without technical work to make sure that we can be able to foster and be able to have the knowledge-based economy, be able to have innovation-led sort of economy. And I think this is where you will see TVET play a pivotal role. I think it's already been said here, the population of this country is almost 35 years and below, is almost 75%. We have our youth that we need to nurture. We have our youth that we need to help. We have our youth that we need to empower them in the country and of course in this region. The East African Center of Excellence in TVET, the institution continues to demonstrate how technical training can be aligned with research, innovation, industry. We must be able to transform our society. We must be able to align science, technology, and innovation and see how the State Department that looks at TVET, we have a dedicated State Department that looks at ICT, we have dedicated State Department that looks at youth and be able to coordinate on that. I think he deserves a big clap. And this is the sort of leadership we are talking about. We speak about the trajectory or the journey to Singapore. We mean it because I was in Seoul. What I saw in South Korea, and those who have traveled, you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure if I go deeper in some other villages in Kenya, I am going to see exactly that. But they decided to build capacity in human resource. They invested in science. They invested in TVET, and that's why today Korea is not just a receiver, but is also a donor, and is able to help other countries as well. So I think we are in that trajectory. His Excellency the President always says that we must believe it is possible. We must believe in ourselves. This international conference is a testimony that is very possible. As I was walking into this room, I saw the talents. Young people explaining to you how you can be able to mix ingredients and have supplementation. How you can be able to address the challenges of the society, the obesity, the challenges of high blood pressure, the challenges of diabetes. I saw an innovation here of how you can be able to create more space energy agents. Our young fellows here are already mimicking that. So what we need to do is just to make sure that we can be able to support them. I have seen to give you the hot water that we need in this place. I know it can be very cold, very early morning, you know? And we've seen others that are putting cameras into your office, and you have your brooder. You want to check how your poultry, how your chicken are faring on. You can easily be able to see that. Developed by Kenyans. Do you know one thing, that there are more people that believe in us more than ourselves? There are people that believe in us, I am telling you. There are people that believe in Kenya and our capacity and capability more than ourselves. That's why we need to have a change of mindset. That's why we need to think positively. That's why we need to embrace this. That's why we need to say that we have ICT. We have the Silicon Savannah. If you go to Konza, you will see what is happening in that place. We have presidents of other countries from Africa. This country is enormous. But as the Waziri said here, how, and I'm talking to the youth, how are we able to do Kazi Maju? We can be able to create more opportunities under this government on Nyota, for example. This is all to ensure that we have opportunities for spending 0.78% of the GDP. His Excellency the President, under his government, is very committed that we can be able to put 2 maker spaces as well. We must be able to have more startup accelerators, technology transfer offices, and investment. And again, I saw innovations there. Very brilliant young Kenyans in age showing and showcasing their talents. To go to TVET and making sure that we strengthen these TTOs, we strengthen the technology transfer offices, intellectual property right offices. We must linking the industry with academia, including TVET. It's very important, and I'm glad that we have the private sector in the room. The government cannot do it alone. We must be able to build the synergies between government and, of course, the private sector. There is also a need for us to look at the research to market, which is very critical. We're not just doing research for the sake of it. And I want to encourage I'm glad that you're going to launch your journal here. But professors, let not those papers gather dust in those journals. We must be able to get a team to sieve the information that is coming from this research work, so that we can do the transfer of the technology, we can do the transfer of knowledge, so that we can be able to demonstrate the impact, solve the challenges of food security, food production, to do more value addition. We are exporting a lot, the unfinished products, be it leather and research and innovation. Imagine manufacturing cluster where trainees work directly with the industry to develop solutions for local manufacturing and industrial competition. Over dependence of donors, so that we have our own resources. We want to do more of domestic financing so that we can is looking into this. Imagine using artificial intelligence, digital technology cluster, creating more opportunities in software. We were in Eldoret. That we are looking at the entire agricultural sector using satellite and space science. Kenya is on that trajectory of having nuclear power program. TVET plays a pivotal role. TVET is actually the pillar of all this. But it looks like you guys are not convinced. I'm giving you all this, and I don't get in of the better, the bottom-up economic transformative agenda of the 5 pillars. So you can see the way it's aligned. The vision is very clear, all right, which is being run by a visionary person and being supported by us as well, so that we can be able to have all these artisans, all these people who are in that space. Yesterday I was with the chair that looks at these SMEs, for example, and we were discussing how we can take this prototype towards the next level, how we can create more startups and be able to have commercialization of the products. In my opinion, it is very important. When you look at MSMEs, through this we can be able to do technology upgrading. Just among others, we can do more of business incubation, we can do skills upgrading, and every SME that we look at then becomes more productive, contributing to economic growth. You know, many people talking about us Kenyans, well-trained people, institutions that we have. We have more than now, my estimation, and my sister will be able to correct that, at least 500,000 institutions that we have. And we're aiming to move that to 700,000 as well. I am glad now that we are also able to help students in Tibet using help as well. So what I call the valley of death. Because when it comes to innovation, you start an idea, you go to a prototype, and then that's it, it stops. It doesn't see the light of the day. I want to change that. And the State Department of Science, Research and Innovation is on that trajectory. The real measure of research and innovation is not, in my opinion, just publish and be able to just to have information outside there, but really to change lives. We want to change lives. When research helps farmers increase the innovation, help young people start businesses, it creates another area of impact. When technology improves health, care, education, manufacturing, and impact. So under the State Department, we are also in the process of creating clusters. So we want to ensure that you look at a thematic area. For example, food security. We bring the research institution like masters and PhDs, but also we have people who have got the skills to be able to run that agenda at that level. And then also we have people who are going to do more of that research. Why we should not create these also in Tibet. We will also be looking at this so that we can be able to. As I conclude, allow me to leave you with one reflection, that the nations that we live in 21st century are not those with the most natural resource, but with those that invest most effectively in knowledge, skills, research, and innovation. And research converts curiosity into knowledge, innovation converts knowledge into value, and commercialization converts value into prosperity. This is the spirit. So I would really want to see that this international conference speaks to that. Let's get to see what comes out of this. I would like to hear Chair and Principal later. What are these innovations that you've been able to bring up to the surface so that we can bring the Kenya National Innovation Agency and also bring the National Research Fund as well to look at some of the best innovators here and be able to support them. We want to make sure that we can be able to do more of industrial transformation. We want to ensure we bring more of entrepreneurial sort of thinking, and we want to make sure that we can be able to have good leadership. Without proper leadership, without visionary leaders, we cannot get anywhere. And that's why I agree with positively. We must be objective. We must be thankful. We don't have another place to go. This is the only Kenya that we have. Able to see each one of us how we can be able to contribute in that trajectory of making Kenya that history can be able to judge us positively. And I think, in my opinion, we have that leader, His Excellency the President. And I'm not just speaking because I'm in government. I have seen him today. We are not just talking about one or two. We are talking about all these institutions literally in every corner of this country. This is the vision. This is the Kenya that we want. It is the pillar of the transformation. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to officially declare the 14th Rvtti International Conference 2026 officially open. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. It's very tempting. We can easily forget. Thank you, Prof. That it can go beyond here. Thank you, Prof. We are sincerely honored that you came. Now we have the climax of
our chief guest, other distinguished guests from the State Department, representative from the county, and from the speech that was made by the chief guest, I think that's a very powerful speech. It has given me a challenge. Apart from doing the papers, what next? That's a major challenge that we need to pursue. To see that the research that we are doing would have an impact to the community and even to the country at large, so that it can be applied. Members of this congregation, we are happy to invite you and to welcome you to this 14th event of 160 abstracts. This is a growth. This shows a very positive reception from you people. Can you clap for yourself? The first one,
and from this county of Wasingishu. Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Gesine Haseloff. I come from Germany. I am this
hero. I work with the Eastern University of Uganda. But most important, I coordinate science, technology, and innovation.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Edwin Tano.
It's not complete. I'm told about 4 of the editorial body. They are also the judges. They are also taking the role of judging those innovations that are down there. So they will be with us maybe later when we start the sessions. So my editorial board, and then move on to launch, to invite our chief guest to launch our 11th volume of Africa Tibet Journal. And I think that's what I will do. For our chief guest, we want to launch the 11th volume. This is for the papers that we received in the last conference. What we are going to see here is the hard copy, but the journal is online. We have made it online nowadays. You don't have to go for publications, for promotions, and even to complete their thesis in masters and PhD. So we invite you, people who have not tried our journal, tell them there's a journal in Rvtti.
Editors, I have seen international editors as well, that gives it the value it deserves. And I'm glad because I've been an editor.
Come and invite our next keynote speaker, who is going to be very brief as we.
Rvtti, our chief guest, I have the opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker. To our DFED, you must have met Dr. Tano in many capacities. He currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer and the
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, and also Master of Ceremony, and also my colleague Professor who has been with us in this channel. Papers who has been with us in this channel. Papers this time. Us in this channel. Papers this time. This time. I don't want to take a lot of time because a very short time. I don't want to take a lot of time because a very short time. I've been given a very short time, and I think a very short time, and I think salutations. It's called the center. Salutations. It's called the center of the home of the home of technical. So I will look at what is going on currently in the public service domain. What exactly is going with our teachers? What exactly is going with our teachers and the technical? And who trains the technical? And who trains the trainer? Because someone has to be trained. If you look at the world in Germany, they will tell you must go to industry. Look at the world in Germany, they will tell you must go to industry. They will tell you must go to industry. The insights. The insights. Look at the population and look at 1,500. Look at the population and look at 1,500. They represent 14% of the teaching function. But with 14% of the teaching function. But which one is the biggest? 25, 31 to 35 and 18%. Which one is the biggest? 25, 31 to 35 and 18%. 25, 31 to 35 and 18%. That gives you the largest amount, 60% plus. This means largest amount, 60% plus. This means these guys are young. We are 861. These guys are young. We are 861. We are not very young. We are 861. We are not very bad. With my friend Nana also in that group. So, Nana also in that group. So, and of course my brother, you will see later on the kind of world accolades that we have received. You will see later on the kind of world accolades that we have received because of the work at the Kenya School of Law. The 25 to 30 years because of the work at the Kenya School of Law. The 25 to 30 years are the work at the Kenya School of Law. The 25 to 30 years are early career potential people. These are people who require several things. These are people who require several things. But above all, this is the leadership, beginning of leadership. This is the beginning. But above all, this is the leadership, beginning of leadership. This is the beginning of these people should start moving to leadership. Now, 35 to 55 years, wow, that's where these people should start moving to leadership. Now, 35 to 55 years, wow, that's where we taught the trainers on how CPET is done through the Kenya School of Law. And it was done through a grant from Young Africa Works Team and the Canadian government through what is called SICAN, Colleges and Institutes of Canada. We were trained in education. We also have well-being and inclusion, mental health. Those are things that we do. And we have been able to even work with mental health. Those are things that we do. And we have been able to even work with the industry integration, working currently with the GISM from Germany. Of sustainable development. The word here is sustainable, not just development. The second thing is that TVET quality is inseparable from the trainer quality. I want you to remember from the trainer quality. I want you to remember that step. Remember that step. For training is not a course. Therefore, it is a growth for training. It's not a course. Therefore, It is a growth investment. In other words, investment. In other words, if you really want to grow, you must have that seed. And of course, if you really want to grow, you must have that seed. And of course, every shilling spent makes a lot of sense. If the lecturers are able to look at them online, and you will be seeing some of the sense. If the lecturers are able to look at them online, and you will be seeing some of the reasons why we have this digital portfolio. We have real-time observation of the assisted coaching. This digital portfolio. We have real-time observation of the assisted coaching and recommendations based on performance data. The School of Tibet will use AI. A lot of it. Like one example that will make you laugh is recently a lecturer when we talked about a lecturer when we talked about help if not be fair, because this is a CPD program. Then we also must integrate our tickets with the next CESA review. That is the continental strategy. Integrate our tickets with the next CESA review. That is the continental strategy. For the kabisa mwambie madam, how much is HR this year? For the kabisa mwambie madam, how much is HR this year? With the principals, the deputy principals in my college, they are there. We started a seminar with them last week. And then they were interesting because we were the first in Africa. Now let's look at the next year. In the following year, it was in Jamaica. In 2024. Now let us look at 24. Now let us look at this. Last year, this was 2024. 2024. Huawei established a center at the Kenya School of Tibet. You need to come and see the Huawei center. Small place, a Silicon Valley that is very intensive. I'm happy. The Open University professor is here. They also came and benchmarked with us. You know, because we have something that they were starting.
Somebody 5 times, or you can do it online, then you can verify me twice as a physical. So to me, that's what I call because this was like more of information. So I think we're satisfied with that. So let's clap to.
Thank you, Dr. Tarino, for that powerful information. We want to conclude this session, but before that, we have a small. Banatemboi, where you kindly.
Thank you, Chief Guest, Professor. Small ceremony that is very African, that whenever you invite a guest, you don't really allow the guest to be away without saying, the team is here. Our Chief Principal, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's African to just say thank you. Or I think it's human. Our chief guest, team, you should be there to escort him. Thank you, Prof. You may escort him back. Next to be gifted is the county governor and our chief editor. You're the one who is awarding this. She's taking to the governor. Yes, Dr. Tarino will be awarded, please. members watakuleta. There are two board members seated right behind you. Watakuleta, and the person who will award you is our county director. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. The gift for Masai Suka and then Kimbo ya kuchunga familia na event. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands as we appreciate this. Welcome. Now we've come to the end of this one. Before that, I want to make an announcement. Our chief guests and all our guests will be led by our chief principal to FBR1 for lunch. That is editorial board, chief guests, and all other dignitaries led by the chief principal to the FBR1. Presenters of the conference, you'll be guided by Ken Sarem to the conference 1. Other exhibitors, including the trainees, you will go to the dining hall. So thank you so much for bearing with us, all of us. We'd like us to have our short prayers. We close this meeting. And I will invite shall we pray? Let's stand up as we pray.
Announcement after this, I know we have quite a schedule for presentations. So we need to take at least 20 minutes for lunch so that we compensate for the time left for us. We have a good number of papers, so the program has changed. We run up to 6 in the evening because we have so many papers which we have started at around 11. So we have to go for as per that 20 of the program. So 20 minutes for lunch, then we come back.
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you this afternoon. We thank you started with us, Lord, and you ended with us. We give you glory and honor for all that you've done to us. Now we're breaking out for lunch. We pray that you bless whatever we're going to partake. We want to thank you even the next decision we are going to have in terms of our presentation. We pray that you walk with us. Even our visitors, those who will be traveling, we commit them onto your able hands. For I pray this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you so much.
Kindly bring your slides so that they can be noted, so that we move faster. And we keep time so that we work within
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Yeah, we are here with my colleague, Bernard Kalwanyang and Esther Debuwat. Our presentation is all about assessing pedagogical leadership skills in Tibet institutions, management for sustainable trainees competency and employability in Kenya. Specifically, my area is education management. I'm a PhD student, KC University. And this is a very good area for some of us to look at. So with my colleague, looking at this area is a very, very critical area as far as converting our skills in an employable way. Pedagogy refers to how educators take full responsibility to students' learning experience. So when you talk about pedagogy, the previous speakers have been emphasizing, especially Dr. Tarno was emphasizing on every trainer must have pedagogy. And we are forming our argument based on that. We want to show how pedagogy is key. Now, effective pedagogy is critical for acquiring knowledge and skills in Tibet because it fosters innovation and transformation. Of course, there is an act. We are forming our foundation in pedagogy based on Tibet Act 2013. Of course, there are more issues. Despite the challenges, the government continues to establish, support structures for professional development. We've seen a lot of initiatives by the government to see that Tibet resonates with society. Let's look at statement of the problem. The dynamic nature of pedagogical competencies required by Tibet managers and trainers demand that there is continuously skilled for effective delivery. We are looking at implementing continuous professional development. What Dr. Tadro was emphasizing, that every trainer, every staff in Tibet must continuously train. Now, furthermore, limited resources explores how the interplay between instructors, professional development, and institutional resource availability. Yes, we may have professional development, but without resources, then you find facilitating CPD becomes a problem. Our objective of the study is to assess pedagogical leadership skills in Tibet institutions, management for sustainable trainees competency and employability in Kenya. We have our variables there. There are 3 variables: the independent variable, the dependent variables, and the intervening variables. I'll just pick a few in independent variables, I'll pick a few in dependent variables, and then intervening. So for us to have CPD, the areas of pedagogical leadership skills in Tibet institutions, one is strategic vision and management leadership. If we have good leaders with vision, then CPD or continuous professional development will be key. Resource mobilization, of course, one of the issues that the previous speakers were talking about were the lack of resources. And one of the last things, one of the last presenters, as keynote speaker, was talking about, we have to invest in skill development. Building strong industry linkages, of course, is very key, where trainers are required to go to the field and do attachment or internship. Professional development, upgrading in the education. Of course, we have dependent variables. We are talking of competent practical skills. This one is already there. Management efficiency, regulated collaboration. Of course, we agree there must be regulated collaboration through various formal engagements. Then theoretical framework, I have 2 areas that we based on. One theory was based on broad-based pedagogical leadership, suitable for Tibet because it used pedagogical leadership as a comprehensive and holistic approach. And we also looked at constructivist learning theory by Piaget, which emphasizes on learning where you involve learners in active learning. Of course, the significance of this research will go far-reaching effect to all stakeholders. I'll just note a few. Of course, Tibet institutions is key. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, our CDAC, Sector Skill Advisory Committee, very key. TIVETA, KNQA, and many FKE, PSC, and other development partners. Literature review, we looked at various issues, various contents available, interview a number of people, and we got a number of founding implications of this area, where educational leadership is a combination of behavior, act, and strategies and decisions taken in an educational setting. 2012 Act on the realignment of education and training based on 2010 Constitution recommended minimum qualification of Tibet managers and trainers to be reviewed and industrial attachment made compulsory. And I think This one is more, we are trying to emphasize more. Those are still literature review. Research methodology. Now looking at research methodology, we looked at qualitative case study research to assess pedagogical skills in Tibet management. And we looked at the 3 primary techniques: a field observation, semi-structured interview, and data analysis. Data collection instruments. We emphasize on interview and literature review. We chose interview because it has more freedom. The interviewer has freedom to readjust their processes and get reliable information. Of course, validity and reliability was also looked at by seeking expert advice, feedback, and pilots. Data analysis and presentation. SPSS was used. Policy papers produced by government and other online contents also were used. Those are more findings. So looking at this finding, we realize that in Tibet institutions, if you look at data analysis, it's not visible well. We look at trainers and Tibet managers, distribution of staff, both the teaching and non-teaching. 7.6% is secondary, trainers with secondary education, especially when you go to village polytechnics, you will find such kind of trainers. Of course, in these bigger Tibets, you may not. Diploma teachers are there, 11%. Degree holds the largest share, 61.4. Postgraduate, they are there from PGD to PhD. They accrue to 19.2%. And then according to Onyango, Matere, and Siontu 2023, the study of assessment of emerging trends in Tibet institutions, policy in relation to trainees' competency, and academic achievement in Wasingishu, the study finding on education levels of the respondents indicated that majority at 61. It's trying to affirm our findings as 61.4 were undergraduate and 19.2 were postgraduate. Of course, 11 were diploma. There are more findings there because of time. I don't want to overemphasize. Most of the content are in the presentation. The essence of pedagogy. Most of the speakers have been talking about pedagogy. So let's see, why do we need all trainers and even the top management to have pedagogy? For you to ascend to a managerial position, you must have been a trainer. This one gives you the impetus and moral authority to guide trainers within your institution. So the first importance is to improve the quality of teaching. The second one is to eliminate monotonous learning, to encourage cooperative learning environment, to enhance inclusive teaching approach, use varied learning methods, and improve teacher-students communication. So let me just emphasize on 2, but the rest are also very essential. Improving the quality of teaching. Pedagogy is concerned with how trainers convey knowledge in the classroom, and also it enables them to understand, thus improving the quality. Okay, we have another one. Those are just the characteristics of trainers. One of the characteristics of Tibet leaders, one of which is trainers, management, and non-teaching, collaboration, mentorship, inspirer, empowering staff, etc. Then looking at the organogram, this one is in the Act. It is yet to be implemented, but it is something that has been developed through KSTVET and the ministry, where for us to have a continuous professional development, it begins at the ministry level, where the CS and the PS have their committees that look into that. Then the State Department of TVET has also a committee, followed by the regulators who are the TVET and the CDAC, CPD providers, including our institution here, KSTVET and the rest, providers, and the rest. Now, for us to understand pedagogy, we must align ourselves to principles. Prior knowledge activation, we have consistency and transparency. Pedagogy must also be able to solve problems. We must emphasize on matters, active engagement, and many. Conclusion. The findings from the study underscores the importance of implementing CPD structure and programs that will nurture effective TVET leadership. Another issue is that TVET must be strategically aligned to meet the current manpower needs of the workplace through training and retraining. So you can see CPD is aligned there. You may come from college, but you must still continue training, and it was well emphasized. Then, in the recruitment of TVET leaders, the trainers, and the top management, they should be based on merit, not just deployment. I've heard so many talking of deployment, but they must be merited for that position. And with the strict compliance with pedagogical skills. So these people must have pedagogy. There's no way you'll be in top management emphasizing on pedagogy skills and you don't have. That one will be irony. Finally, recommendations. Now the researchers recommend that in order for TVET institutions to be well managed, the top management and staff qualifications should be reviewed. Of course, we have the structures, yes, but they must be reviewed to include experience of at least 5 years in mid-level management. So you don't jump from somewhere and you find yourself in management. Proper training in management at least master's and PhD level, because in Kenya we are aligning ourselves to ensure that even TVETs in future, some of them will be converted to universities and they'll be giving university programs, so we need somebody with such impetus. The government, okay, and the last, the government through TVETA should review an employment and deployment policy framework for merit promotion. Now, based on the findings, the study recommends that there should be law guiding investigating and recruitment processes that will pave way to get rid of habits of over-control of the recruitment and selection processes by all the stakeholders. And we wrap up our case. Thank you.
Any inputs, positions, or comments that you could be having to the presenter?
Thank you very much. I will put a disclaimer that I come from a field that is experimental but also quantitative. So I've realized three things. Number one, your study design was quantitative. And I looked at you applying SPSS on qualitative. I want to be educated. What exactly did SPSS do on qualitative? Number two, on the same thing, I thought, again, I'm not an expert, but as far as you instrument qualitative work, And one of the common forms of data analysis is thematic. So if it is thematic analysis, whether it could be deductive or deductive, I would expect something like themes in your results. And those themes have to be backed up with quotes. So if I listen to a qualitative study and I miss a quote, I then again don't appreciate what exactly. My last, again, it is from that I want to look at your recommendations.
Yes.
Whether they were really evidence-based or not. Because without those things put together, again, supplemented by maybe triangulation and other things, I really don't feel that they can stand. Perhaps they're already there, we will guess. And that takes me then to ask what was the purpose of document review? Which documents do you review? What data did you get? And how do you analyze it?
Maybe you can respond to any that you can, necessarily report.
Thank you, Doc. You've talked about SPSS. SPSS is a very key tool that we use in analyzing and interpreting data, whether collected quantitatively or qualitatively. It is a tool that helps us to interpret that data in some way. However, I stand to be corrected, and I can still look into that because you are my senior in that area. The second area, quotations are there. Those through the interviews, the quotes are there. It's just that I didn't put in the slide. If you look at the paper itself, we have that. A number of documents that were reviewed, database from online government documents were reviewed. That's where we got where the act, the initiation of Tibet Act and all that, it was from the documentary review. So we stand to be corrected, and we still welcome your input. In case there is more, I'll be consulting.
Thank you. Any other question that you could be having? Okay. I have a few comments just to help you improve on your study. When you started, I felt like you had done a review. I thought it was a review, but when you went through your work, you indicated that you had collected some data. I don't know how much your sample was, so maybe you'll go back and look at your study. What was the sample of the study? Who were your respondents? And being that this study was qualitative, SPSS does not apply because qualitative data requires a narration. So you simply narrate the outcome. Yes. Then number two, semi-structured interviews do not work well with qualitative studies because they leave most questions hanging. In terms of the data that you're talking about, you looked at the staff distribution. I did not see the relationship that the data was having with the problem that you wanted to solve. Because literally the problem was to look at how pedagogy impacts skills for leaders. And the distribution of staff does not qualify a managerial skill. If you could have been looking at experience in terms of the activities that one group does versus the other group, then it could qualify your study. So you could be having a control group and a study group. So the control group is the one that does not have the pedagogical skills. Then the study group have the pedagogical skills, and you consider how the management, then you could be having aspects of management. What exactly, when you talk about management, what does it mean? Because management is broad. Then you can now break it down to what exactly am I looking at in terms of management. Then you've given us conclusions and recommendations that did not really fit into the problems that you're looking at. So you can go back and look at your study, and then if you're giving recommendations from a study, let them come from that study. Yeah, something like the traits, the CPDs, the laws were not originally the things that you're looking at in the study. Because you cannot recommend on a policy if your study was not a policy-looking study. And you can also not recommend on an act if your study did not study that act. So just go back and beef up those areas and make the study more of a qualitative aspect. Because this is something that is new even in the TVET sector, and people would want to read that paper more so that we can be able to know what is the need, what is the emphasis behind the pedagogy aspect in the TVET sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll improve on that.
Appreciate it. Let's give him a clap. The next presenter, I think Kitibul is ready. Kitibul? You ready? Yes. Okay. As Kiptogur's document is still being worked on, let's have Juliet presenting.
Dr. Media. Dr. My name is Juliet Afua. I'm a trainer at Rvtti Institute. I'm going to do a presentation on evaluating effects of fermented food products on gut microbiome. It's a systematic review of studies done since 2015. Okay, so we have released cases of digestive disorders, and these are linked to gut microbiome. Now, gut microbiome is central to human health, and loss of it, which we call gut dysbiosis, is linked to metabolic, inflammatory, and neurological disorders. And this is due to industrialized medicines characterized by antibiotic misuse, low fiber, as well as sometimes environment. So fermented food products are food made through desired microbial growth and enzymatic conversions. These offer potential for microbiome restoration. Now, the aim of this study is to review, is to synthesize evidence from from studies done since 2015 on fermented food products, on gut microbiome, composition and diversity, functional capacity, and health outcomes. So the research question is, how does fermented food consumption affect the gut microbiome and health outcomes? So the database was extracted from PubMed, Scopus, Cochrane Science-related websites, and inclusion criteria. It was supposed to be peer-reviewed. Then dealing with human participants on fermented food as interventions, then reported gut microbiome outcomes and in English language. So in animal studies, probiotic supplements and alcoholic ferments were excluded among the extracted studies. Okay, so we had 25 studies, and among them we have 19 randomized controlled trials, then 6 observation studies, participants totaling 4,328, and studies study duration ranging between 4 to 17 weeks. The fermented food products examined, we had dairy, yogurt and kefir, then soya-based, miso, temper, and natto, vegetables, and then others, the kombucha that you know. Okay, so the findings, we had an increase in microbial diversity was noted, and we had 36, and then we have 36 participants, and it was 10 weeks of high fermented food to 10 weeks of high fermented food intake. There's increase in microbial diversity, and the effects persisted during reduced intake. The effects persisted during the reduced intake. So only 5% of new gut species came from the fermented products. This suggests that fermented products create a hospitable environment for diverse colonization. It doesn't necessarily increase the microbiome, the gut microbiome. It creates a conducive environment for the beneficial microorganisms to grow in the gut. And then we had the Asian fermented foods. So this was associated with sheep, squats, lactobacillus, and increased short-chain fatty acid producers. So this increased the microflora in the gut. And then another finding that there is functional and metabolic outcomes. So consumption of these fermented products increase short-chain fatty acids production, and the short acid production of butyrate, acetate propionate, they were elevated after consumption of fermented foods. So what's the role of the fermented food production? So it provides energy for the microorganisms so that they can produce the short-chain fatty acids. And these short-chain fatty acids that causes insulation in the gut. And then other bioactive metabolites. So we have exopolysaccharides, bacteriocins, bioactive peptides, and modified polyphenols. So it reduced the inflammatory biomarker inflammatory markers. Consumption of fermented food products reduces inflammatory markers. Then the GI symptoms and well-being. So this was produced from the meta-analysis of 19 random control trials, and these were the observations: bowel movement frequency, so it increased, and then the stool consistency, it was better, and then the GI symptoms of bloating and pain were also reduced after consumption of fermented food products. Though the effect was low grade to moderate. Then the systemic effects, we had a metabolic effects. High intake of fermented dairy products reduced risks for type 2 diabetes, and then it reduced visceral fat, improved insulin sensitivity, and improved favorable lipid profile. So the mechanism, the pathway was short fatty acid activation. Short-chain fatty acid activation was one that was linked to these reduced risks. Then immune and barrier functions. So there's increased tight junction proteins, then suppressed signaling, which reduced CRP and cytokines. These are the immune factors. So they are increased, and therefore this minimizes the risks for intrusion of harmful bacteria in the GI. So when consumption of fermented food products can improve immunity. Then fiber versus fermented food products. So the relationship between fiber and fermented food products is complementary. Consumption of fiber alone doesn't improve the microbiome, but when accompanied with fermented food products, it improves gut microbiome. So the relationship between fiber and fermented food products is a complementary relationship, not competing. Okay, so the study limitations. On the study, we had a small sample size of less than 100 participants, and standardized products, and low to moderate certainty, as in the effect wasn't large enough. So these are the gaps. So there's need to study the dose response, to find out how much fermented foods can improve the microbiome. Then we have to study specific strains, and we do replication studies to find the consistency effects and the safety, then drug interactions. So fermented or probiotic must have strain level, characterization, and demonstration process. So fermented food products increase gut microdiversity, and the fermented food products can enhance short-chain fatty acid production and reduce inflammation. It can improve GI symptoms like constipation and bloating. And also to the public. So fermented food products are recommended, yes, but the effect is low. So we can advise the public to consume diverse fermented food products to have better effect. And then the preference of unpasteurized, refrigerated products. They are more valuable, like microbes, compared to processed. So this is the recommendation for previous studies. Standardized product characterization, longer random control studies taking more than 6 months. Okay. And then thank you.
Thank you so much. Any comments, inputs, questions?
Maybe that I want to give other people
comments. If there's no, let me make my comments. Number one, it is close to the title. When you say systematic review, the first thing to qualify it is a registration of the protocol. If you don't have that registration, you can never claim to have done a systematic review. I don't know that you have it. So with that, without it, you give them something else. So what qualifies as systematic review is after you have developed your protocol, you have to register it with either Prospero, Cochrane, among other things. So I doubt if you need it. That's number one. Number two, when you are doing a systematic review, there is a very popular acronym called PICOS. Again, when you are presenting a paper which is systematic review, that is what they will ask people want to see. They want to see your population, that is your intervention, your comparison, outcome, and study design. You presented something different, still making your study not a systematic review. Perhaps it is another review which I don't want to go to, and I can see that it is another review and not a systematic review. So systematic reviews are very rigorous. Actually, to tell you that they are very rigorous, I was waiting to see your variables. For example, you are looking at yogurt. Did I see yogurt and fermentation? It is unlikely that a study done, maybe I didn't see the population. Was it Africa? Was it Kenya? Was it where? I don't know. But if you do a systematic review of a clinical trial done in Kenya, and people reported that in that trial, taking fermented yogurt increased the microbiome by maybe 40%. Another study done in South Africa, because there must be comparable studies, may report that it increased by 10%. Another study in whatever reported 70. How did you report on this data? That's what makes systematic review. But the other study reported 10, the one in Kenya reported 40, the other one reported 90. What did you base on to analyze and make that conclusion? Without that, it is again maybe scoping and other things. I think we only need it at that, right?
Thank you so much, Dr. Any other input that could be helpful? Maybe I'll simply give a few of my comments on the work. I want to start by saying that if you're doing a review, if the study begins with a review, your title says a review, I think it is good for us to know what method of review are we working with. And you need to look at specific articles using different search engines that consider the area of review that you're referring to. And of course, the sample of the study will depend on the number of reviewed documents that you've extracted based on the different search engines. So you'll also be able to tell us what search engine are you using, how did you employ that different search engine, and what was your keyword that you're using on those search engines. So that you do not just come out with several documents that may be having information that is related to what you're reviewing, but not very much linked to the review criteria that you're using. Now, this one being a systematic review, I expected to see more or less of a linked document in terms of the work that you're doing. So your title did not tell us what fermented product, but within the work you're talking about a number of them, which of course should have come out very clear on what you're doing. Then, when you're doing a review, you do not have a different sample population from us. So the sample is basically the documents that you reviewed. And the conclusions, the recommendations that you're giving may not hold much, because if the studies are not within a specific region, if they're not related, if they do not have more or less of a correspondence within themselves, then the conclusions and the recommendations that you give do not hold much. You can only make a conclusion in a review whereby you're reviewing studies that were done in a specific area within a specific period of time that you said you've highlighted in your protocol, and you're using similar procedures looking at a specific group of personalities. Then with that you can make a conclusion and a recommendation. But if these are studies that are just all over, speaking about a similar thing, but they're not from a specific region, you can only you can only have observations that you give for those given studies. So that is something that always comes with literature reviews. Yeah. So you can go back and look at your work and try to, if it is a systematic review, as you say, let it be systematic. A systematic review means it is region specific, population specific, and within a specific time frame that has been selected for a given reason. So you also need to give a reason as to why that one happened. Thank you. Thank you so much, Judy. I think we have to
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Kitembu. I'm a postgraduate student from University of Rvtti. And I'm glad to be here today to present my article about governance lessons from IPC rules and classification in Kenya para-athletics. Now, the para-athletics in Kenya has grown very much in the recent past. So it has improved a lot when compared with long term. Now, we have the Kenya National Paralympic Committee. It's a body that governs the para-athletics in Kenya. And then we have the international body. It's called International Paralympic Committee, IPC. So all federations, para-athletics federations in the world, they are affiliated with International Paralympic Committee, same as the Kenya National Paralympic Committee. So this IPC is the one that sets rules regarding the sports, and also rules regarding licensing and also classification. Because for the para-athletes to be able to participate in competitions, they have to be classified. That is, grouping them according to similarities of their disability. So they set the rules for licensing, because they also have to be licensed before they participate to IBC sanctioned competitions, and also to be classified. Also, they lay down governance frameworks for federations affiliated to it. Now, the governance framework laid down, it's aimed for fairness, but you find that it creates barriers for the persons from developing contexts. For example, Africa region. So it's good, but it brings in some challenges to developing contexts. What you are seeing there is the para-athletics classification chart. That's how they classify the para-athletes. So it's either you are classified as a field para-athlete or a track para-athlete. So noted as T or F. So it can be either you are visually impaired, intellectually impaired, you're using wheelchair, you have some coordination impairment, that is deemed impairment. So that's how there's a system in which they use to classify the athletes before they participate in competitions. Also there you can see the para-athletes licensing chart. That's the procedure they follow when they are licensing the para-athletes. And it's usually done by the national federations to license their athletes, the para-athletes, to International Paralympic Committee. Now, my research problem is that there is usually licensing delays that usually happens when they are licensing athletes, especially here in Kenya. And also the National Paralympic Committee of Kenya have often at times been marred by disputes among the leadership of the federation. So this excludes athletes from participating in International Paralympic Committee competitions or events. Also the classification that athletes are usually placed in, sometimes there are usually inconsistencies. So they can be classified here in Kenya, but when they go out there for international competition, they are placed in a different class apart from the one they were given. So it raises some challenges in terms of performance and also preparation. So Kenya para-athletes are underrepresented also when it comes to governance research. Because of time, I'll just rush. So I was saying another problem is that there are few research that has been done in regards to the para-athletics in Africa, and especially here in Kenya. So I was coming in to feel that. So the objective was to examine how IPC rules shape the athletes' opportunities and to analyze fairness and career trajectories for the para-athletes. And also, we should be able to derive governance lessons for equity and inclusion. Now, and utilize Straussian grounded theory to be able to come up with categories that will help me to come up with the theory that we study. So also there is the theory of athlete, the model of athlete brand image mapping by Rvtti et al. That says that visibility is shaped by governance. With the governance structure as we control the visibility of the para-athletes. Also, governance as a determinant of credibility, sponsorships, and career development. Now, at the methodology section, I did this research using qualitative design, and I was guided by grounded theory, and specifically Straussian grounded theory. So, 20 semi-structured interviews were carried out across the Kenya National Parliamentary Committee, and I used open coding, axial coding, and selective coding until I reached theoretical saturation. That is, no new respondent led to the emergence of any new category. Now, straight to the findings. So the first is about licensing barriers. So the respondents said that they missed deadlines, that is, to register for events. And there were many unresolved disputes in the federation, and these blocked their participation in IPC competitions. Also, the athletes excluded, in many of times, excluded from major IPC competitions due to these challenges. And their narratives, what they say, highlighted the frustrations of lost opportunities due to the licensing barrier that they have faced. So these are some of the quotes from the para-athletes, what they say. So like respondent 5 said, we are called once by year. At other times, they choose for themselves who goes abroad. So this relates to how those who represent Kenya in major competitions are chosen. Another respondent said, every year you must go to KNPC to get a license. If you delay even a little, you miss all IPC competitions. So what this respondent was saying was that there are no structures at the ground. For you to be licensed, you have to go to Nairobi. And if you miss the chance, you will not participate to any competition. All that's is. Another respondent said, we were already trained, but because the license was obtained not in time, that was supposed to be, was obtained late, we missed entering the competition. So they were not entering the competition because the licensing was late. So another aspect was about classification inconsistencies. That is the national classification, the one that, the class that you're giving here in Kenya, and the one that you get when you go and participate in IPC St. John competition. So there were classification gaps. That is, athletes were reassigned a different class when they go for international classification. So it forced the athletes to compete outside the designated classes, the ones that they were given in Kenya, and they have been used to training all along. So this undermines fairness in terms of competition, because if you reach there, you are given a different class that you are not used to. So the athletes, some of the quotes say that the classification is kind of national, because international are meant to go. So majority of them also, they have not got the opportunity to go and have classified international. So I can't do. That's what I'm really grateful. So another respondent said, Kenya has no international classification competitions. We just wait for KPC to take us abroad. So in Kenya here, and I'm sure all of us, we have not heard of any competition for the para-athletes. They are none. And that is the only place where they can be classified and be able to participate. So another one saying, at national I was given a high class, but at international they saw I was a bit low. My ability was low and they changed my class. So that's one of the scenarios. He was classified high here. When he went to international, he was classified. And he had been training based on a different category. Another finding was about the governance lessons. So the IPC rules create unintended structural barriers based on, okay, because of time, I've told just that. So the governance lessons was another issue. And there was some reports, so we reached the competition arena there, and there was no water. All organizations was poor. So this is about poor governance and the leadership structure necessarily following the IPC issues. Now, the discussion is, I can talk about the governance frameworks directly shape athlete branding. Also, para-athletes are disadvantaged compared to able-bodied athletes. If you can compare the Kenyan situation. And also sponsorships and visibility are tied to governance structures. Now, there
who are using it, maybe you want to. So I think the data is what I would say. Maybe, I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, just maybe to respond on that. As I said, I did qualitative research. I used qualitative design and specifically grounded theory, Straussian grounded theory. This is where you do an interview, for example, the first interview, and then immediately you analyze that, and then you move on that as you build categories. You can call themes as the themes until a point where you reach theoretical saturation. That is additional of more respondents does not need to mean that. It just make a repeat. So I read theoretical salvation at the 20th respondent, and that's why I stopped collecting further.
Thank you. Do you have any input? Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. Mine is just a quick observation on the recommendations. If you can be more specific, that will be good. For example, transparent licensing procedures with clear timelines. So we should do it. So if you can just modify further and say this particular corporate or entity to work on transparent licensing, so that this information, when it's disseminated, we know directly who is accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's true. It has to be specific, and thank you for the observation.
Thank you. I have a few observations, comments that you can be able to have a look at. We normally say that a study should communicate right from the title to the end. So when you're dealing with an audience that would want to follow your study, you look at the wording that you put on the title so that it becomes something that communicates to the person that you're communicating to. The way you formulated the title, somebody might think you're looking at a policy document. And the policy document has an aspect of classifying the Paralympic aspects. So you can be able to make the title to communicate so that the reader will know that there was some kind of data collected, and this data was qualitatively analyzed to give a response of what the Paralympics are going through. Then number two, the objective of the study should emanate from the title so that it makes it very easier for you to also be able to make conclusions. Like you talked about an aspect of opportunities, and then there's an aspect of fairness. It is not easy to analyze fairness because you do not have a benchmark of what is fair and what is not fair. Unless maybe in your study, you are going to give us a scale, and then you say when it gets to this scale, then it is fair, but below this scale, then it is not fair. When you talk about an opportunity depends with how you look at it. So, in terms of the research problem that you're trying to solve, one may say that you have very good notes with information on Paralympics, but it's a hang in terms of a problem that the research would want to solve. Number two, you've highlighted, you've given abbreviations. You could be understanding the abbreviations as a presenter because it is your work, but your reader may not be able to relate the abbreviation at the first instance. So anytime when you begin, like on the title, just avoid the abbreviation. Then when it now comes to the work, you can be able to, at the first time, just highlight the abbreviation. Give out the meaning of the abbreviation. Then you can now follow it with many other abbreviations. Somebody will be able to follow. But if you just begin with an abbreviation, not everyone comes from the same school of thought, and it makes it very hard for people to follow the study. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Let's take Tomura Club as the next presenter.
K. Constantine. I'm trained at
Kisumu National Polytechnic.
I'll be doing a presentation on knowledge, attitude, and practices on maternal nutrition among pregnant adolescent girls. This research was done in East Kamagak, Homa Bay County. That one is the theme for the conference, and this research falls under health, nutrition, societal wellness in digital age. So going into background of the study, we are saying that maternal nutrition during pregnancy is very critical, determinant of both the maternal and the neonatal health outcome. What we are saying is if the nutrition of the mother is good, the outcome of the whole thing to the child will be replicated to the child and the mother. And we are saying that at the three elements, the knowledge, the attitude, and the practices, if any of them is affected, then we will have a challenge. And then the statement of the problem, this statement of the problem, we are borrowing it from the records that were picked in the year 2020 to the year 2024. This is the data we picked when we were going for attachment, for the assessment of the attachment students. So every time you go there and you check the MCH records of this class of individual, you realize that most of them, 25%, were having, that were attending the antenatal clinic, they were having moderate to severe anemia. And this, we are dying fully on the records, hospital record for the county. And then we are saying at the end that that's more justification, that addressing knowledge, attitude, and practices related to maternal nutrition among this group in this world is very imperative because it's going to improve the health of both the mother and the child. The objective, we are saying that one, we are looking at the knowledge, two, we are looking at the attitude, and three, we are looking at the diet and practices. What do they eat? What's their attitude towards maternal nutrition? And what do they know when we start speaking about maternal nutrition? Methodology, here we adopted what we call a cross-sectional study. Cross-sectional study is the study at specific point in time. And here we used both quantitative and qualitative. And our sample for quantitative were 30 adolescent girls. And we used 5 community health providers. These are the ones we did KII, that is key informant interviews. And we used 4 village elders. So I want to make an important point that the aspect of qualitative method was just to augment, to support the qualitative, so that as we get the data, it can be explained into the themes. And continuation, we used thematic analysis for the qualitative data, which was triangulated with the quantitative results to provide comprehensive understanding of the topic in discussion. We used descriptive statistics, and the assumption is the findings that were found of the sample of 30 and the health providers plus the village elders will be inferred to the whole population in question. So when we're talking about the results and discussion, this is basic. This is what we call the background. We are talking about the age. We had those who. The age we picked for these teenagers was 13 to 19. So what was the distribution? Those who are 13 to 15 were 7, those who are 16 to 17 were 10, and those who are 18 to 19 were 13. Another clarification I want to make is we picked more number on 18 to 19 because mostly these are our students. These are the students who are in mid-level colleges from 18, 19 going onward. And then the marital status, 19 were single, and 11 were either married or cohabiting. We didn't separate that part. And then when we went to education level, we had the primary, we had secondary, we had tertiary. And then occupation, that is also there. What I also want to make another clarification is education level and occupation. Mostly education level, we, in our discussion of the whole paper, we made a comment on what does the level of education of an individual inform the nutrition knowledge. So we have that as a very important aspect. That is the discussion part for the objective. So the first discussion, we are saying that knowledge on maternal nutrition among adolescents. So those were the parameters. Awareness of balanced diet. Do these people know when we start saying this is a balanced diet? Those that were aware what the balanced diet was, that was 74. And then those who say that they don't know the component of that, that was 24. And that tells you that a majority of them actually knew what was a balanced diet. And when we were doing the KI, we even realized that some of the health providers knew the word balanced diet, but when we went into the deep nutrition, some elements were not clear. And then when we say balanced diet, that is the data. Knowledge on iron-rich food. Let's say we want to get iron-rich food. Where can you get? A good number of them knew that they could get that simply in liver, simply in green leafy vegetable, but a small number, that's around 33, they didn't know. Then we are saying knowledge on folic acid, that is there. We had to include folic acid and iron-rich food because those are very key minerals. Those are very, very key. Those are very key. Iron is a mineral, folic acid is a vitamin. Those are very, very key because if you go to the hospital or during pregnancy, if you go to the hospital, you are given this one as a part because they constitute the blood volumes. And then knowledge of recommended diet sources. That's also the data are there. And then that one spoke on attitude. Yes, you could be knowing health eating is important during pregnancy. Some agree, a good number agreed. Some said some of the nutrients are essential, some are non-essential. Some said no, you could just continue eating the way you are eating. And then we are saying pregnant adolescents require special nutrition. Remember this adolescent who is expectant. We call them double burden nutrition. These are adolescents who has started different physiological changes at the same time is expectant. Then eating balanced diet is affordable. Some say, 48% say they agree. Some say that yes, it could be affordable or not, but 29 say otherwise. And then traditional food alone are sufficient. We were asking that for your traditional food, if only consuming traditional food, do you need to add others? That was the discussion. And then we are saying this is the practices. We have assessed that you know. We have assessed that you have good knowledge. Are you practicing what you know? These are the feedbacks. Eating at least 3, consumption of fruits, dietary diversity, use of iron and folic supplement, the IFAS. So that was the data. So these are the conclusion. One thing we will pick there is a knowledge gap. The knowledge gap we are saying, these people know what they are, some of them knew what they wanted to consume, but specific nutrient sources, some did not know. 2, we are saying attitude barrier. Some had, there was positive attitude towards maternal nutrition, were observed. However, perception of affordability, all those things, there were issues. Then suboptimal dietary practices. They were actual dietary behavior was sufficient to meet recommended nutrition standards. Socioeconomic and cultural factors are significant determinant. We are saying that you could have good knowledge, good attitude, but we're saying there are other determinants categorized into biological, physiological, and the attitudinal. Then lastly, we are saying knowledge does not always translate to practice. You could be knowing, like they're saying, you should be knowing that you are supposed to take vitamin or mineral sources. But now we're asking, is there ability? The other factors that come into play. Now from the conclusion, we are saying one, strengthen nutrition education in antenatal care. When these adolescents come to the clinic, they should be trained on nutrition education. Then we are saying that integrate behavioral change, intervention, then improve access to nutrient-rich food, then engage family members. At family level, they are the community health workers. They should engage the family members. And then there is also thing we realize is culturally sensitive messaging. Some of these foods are not culturally acceptable. So that is the discussion. Another clarification I want to make is this study was in project we call them baseline study. You run before you implement the project. Currently in the college we are implementing a project of daycare. So we wanted to know what elements should we include. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a clap. Thank you. I think there's a comment or a question somewhere.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It's actually touching on a very important target group, the adolescents. Those are among the people we sometimes we forget. I have a number of observations. I hope you can write somewhere so that you can refine, especially if you are planning to publish this. So number one, on your objectives, objective number 3, which starts to analyze. You can think about phrasing, because analyzing means you want to break down, you want to analyze these aspects, but were you determining what they take or not the data you take? So that what analyze, think about it. Then there was a slide on methodology. If we had time, we could have gone there one by one, but I'll just mention, I can remember. You mentioned about a sample of 30. It would be good if you can give the rationale or the formula that help you to arrive at 30, because this is a scientific approach, to give it rigor. Then there was also a statement on methodology you mentioned about use of means and standard deviations. In your findings, there is no way we have means, there is no real standard deviations. All the ones I've seen are frequencies and of course percentages. So what you haven't used, you can just extract and remove if you have. Then also on methodology, there was a statement around that analysis where you mentioned about use of inferential statistics. And yet in the findings, I have not seen any statistical test that will take you to inferential level of analysis. What you have basically presented is basically descriptive statistics. And another observation on your findings, you are looking at knowledge. How are you able to establish that this is adequate knowledge or not? There were several questions around 4 that touched on knowledge. You can check around, there are some scores that can help you to now aggregate the different aspects of knowledge, so that now you can put together for you to be able to relate, or unless you want to relate individually. So the aspect of scoring knowledge. And then the other observation I saw on attitudes, the questions you had around attitudes are not actually attitudes. For example, when you say healthy diet is important, is that really attitude? What does attitude, what has attitude to do with it? It has to do with the feelings towards something, positive, negative attitudes. So those questions were more of knowledge, almost all of them. So you can recheck, then you rephrase the objective on attitudes, so that whatever you have fits the objective. And lastly, my observation is on recommendations, where most of those recommendations are not part of what you studied. For example, you talked about increasing access to nutrient-rich foods, yet there was no question about that. There was something about nutrition education, yet there was no question about it. Involvement of family members, yet there was no question about that. So almost all of them. So basically the information should emanate from what you have really found so that they speak to your findings. Thank you. Otherwise, it's a good thing. Just shape it up and you are good to go.
Thank you so much. Any other input?
Thank you for that presentation. Mine is just one observation. On the title, it's knowledge, attitudes, and something. In your objectives, you are able to include some of those verbs like what you said. There is assessing and also analyzing. So maybe in the title, it could be explicit and tell us what is it you are doing about knowledge, that is it assessing or any other verb. As he said, analyze could be more complex than maybe assessing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there another? Okay. I also just have a few observations that I want to share with you. So maybe later you can have a look at your study. I'll start with the recommendation, where you had your recommendation, the slide of the recommendation. Actually, those recommendations were not looking at anything that you opted to look at the beginning, because recommendations will come from a study. So meaning that you're giving a conclusion as far as your study is concerned. Then your problem statement was not really qualified. You cannot say, there was something we talked about 2020-2024 about the adolescent mothers, the data that you gave of approximately 25% of pregnant adolescents. That statement is not qualified in terms of giving us the magnitude of what you're talking about. And of course, when you're talking about a problem statement, there is always something that you want to solve. So that thing which you want to solve becomes your problem, so that it becomes very well articulated within the study. I also had issues with your methodology, because you talked about quantitative and qualitative. You need to have told us what is quantitative in your study, what is qualitative in the study, and also inform us about your sample size, the one that you talked about. You don't just go out there and then you say, I want 10 people. You must be able to have a criteria that you're using to pick the 10, and what informs you to have the 10. Then those descriptive statistics that you talked about, influential statistics. What aspects of the statistics were there? Because I did not see them in your results. Apart from I think I saw the frequencies, the ones that you gave. The influential statistics completely lacked in the study. They were not there. And of course, it is good also to label your tables so that somebody can follow well-labeled tables. I also wanted to touch on what Albert has talked about on the questions related to different aspects. You've already been told about that. So take your time, look at it, make it a good study if publication is to follow, because it will inform a number of many other things within the field of nutrition. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes. Is it good afternoon or good evening?
Good afternoon.
Good evening. Yes. I first bring my apologies for
Yes, when you see that flag, you're now going to represent Uganda on the platform. And I would say that all the others have been representing Kenya. So I want to fly you back to Uganda, then I'll bring you back to Kenya. And I bring greetings from our newly elected president. Yeah, you never know. I may go back and they arrest me for not recognizing the president. So I'm presenting something that is not that short, but very important. I felt like fit within clear things. The studies that are being presented here are very far away from what we do in our lab and in my department. But this is not poison, so I want also you to take you to another kind of research that you can enjoy a bit. So the title is as simple as you're seeing it: phytochemical profiling and in silico and diabetic evaluation of maintenance senegalensis. I'll make it simple. This study is just finding out what chemical compounds are in a plant called maintenance senegalensis, which is here. I don't know if you have it in Kenya, that are responsible for its anti-diabetic activity. And the justification is based on that product. That's a product that is undergoing clinical trials, but there was some preclinical work that was not done. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you know, I will not assume that diabetes is a chronic metabolic disease characterized by poor glycemic control. In Uganda, we call it the disease of sugar. So when you hear someone sugar, they are referring to diabetes. And globally, diabetes is increasing exponentially with some scary statistics. Again, I want to go into those statistics, but if you don't have a diabetic patient at home, you are about to get one, simply because of lifestyle, diet, and many other things. Very soon, you may be taking care of a diabetic patient. God forbid. But the bad news is that there are medications for diabetes. However, these medications are expensive if you have to buy them. If the government even so to procure them, to spend money, they have side effects. They are lifelong, meaning that they don't do complete cure. You have to give on therapy forever till when you die. And in limited countries like Uganda, there is little access. You go to the hospital with your patient, they say they are out of stock. What are these drugs I'm talking about? If you have type 1, it is insulin. If you have type 2, you take oral hypoglycemic such as glucosamine, metformin, among others. Because of those limitations, in Uganda, people do combination therapy, where they do conventional and herbal, with the herbal now taking precedence in Uganda, that people are moving away from hospitals and they are going for herbal medicine. And the results are very clear. There's perceived efficacy, there's perceived safety, they are readily available. These people who sell them, they are in their close neighborhood, and many others. And by this study, that plant maintenance senegalensis has been documented and used in many herbal preparations in Uganda. And one of the preparations is that one which was developed within our center. So what is the problem in this study? Based on that background, there is use of this plant in preparation of herbal medicines, but its scientific evidence was not well articulated. This study, therefore, was a master's student work I'm supervising, that I gave him a task to tell us what is in this plant and how does it work. Those two things. What is in the plant and how does it work. So we adopted 3 objectives, and the first objective was to identify phytochemicals in the plant, evaluate its drug-like properties, and then describe its mechanism of action. These are pharmacology questions, but I'm speaking them to a layman. What is in the plant? Is that in the plant, can it give drug? How does it work? Those are the 3 things we're trying to address in this study. Again, I want to go through this complex flow chart. How do we come to this? But simply get the plant from the field, extract using solvents, After I have extracted using that solvent, do an analysis. Analysis can be wet chemistry, it could be GC or LCMS. So in this case, we prioritize LCMS and we use what we call a metabolomic GNAPS2 database to find out. Instead of going through NMR, which we don't have, and other complex analytical techniques. So that is basically the first objective. When we did that objective, what were our results? Those who come from chemistry know this is the basic. What compounds? Glass. Are they alkaloids? Are they flavonoids? Are they phenolics? As you see, in this plant, almost all these compounds are there, classes. So that was the first objective. Then quantify them. That is called total content. How much alkaloid, how much flavonoid, how much terpenoid. And this helps in formulations because you may pick something which doesn't have sufficient quantities. But as you could see, that the tannins, the alkaloids, the flavonoids are all in appreciable amounts. And this is a calibration graph for determining that. But that analysis does not tell you the exact nature. The next question, what is the nature? So in doing that, we did an LCMS cutoff analysis. I want to go through the compound. It is a machine where you inject your compound and it will give you data. And that data is fed into a software and it will produce that kind of thing. When it produces you that data, you analyze it based on a library. I know some of you may compare that. There is a library match and you measure that matching. If what you have matches what in the library, then that is it. So based on that data, we are able to map out 3 compounds. Those are chemical structures. So we got 3 compounds, compound 1, compound 2, and compound 3. I'll leave it at that. Now what are these 3 compounds? By names, again I'm not bothered with the big names. But what is important is to look at their pattern. So that is chemistry work that will show that really we got the compounds and they are there. Now, to confirm again, we go and look at literature and chemistry. Is there anybody who has identified the same compounds? This is the data you see that in 2015, one reported that compound enoxaron in that plant. Then in 2011, quercetin had been reported from that plant. And then in 2010 and 2001, the other compound had been reported. Now, people had already reported these compounds, but no study had reported these compounds in this plant. That is why we say that for us now we claim that we are the first to identify these 3 compounds in this plant species. And that is, we stand. If you have evidence, bring it. Because we searched on all databases and no report was there. Now what is very interesting from a pharmacological point of view, do these compounds have work or effect related to diabetes? That is such that we can claim. So this person had already found that this compound has anti-inflammatory. When you look at diabetes, it has so much inflammation, if you know. Then the other compound, quercetin, has antioxidant activity, and even the other. So based on these properties, we could now start saying probably these compounds have anti-diabetic activity. Now, we are cognizant of the fact that our machine could have left out some compounds. I'm taking you to another objective, summarizing this slide. So I tasked the student to go and read all compounds that are being identified in this plant with some of the activity. So the student did a research search and found about 100 compounds, but we prioritized 10. Looked at their properties, and we found out that our machine could not see beta amide because those of you who do machines, it may fail to detect. But people had reported beta amide to be one of the compounds in this plant and others. So based on that, we are asking ourselves, how would we miss beta amide? Now that's another question on analytical technique. But based on that, we are able now to use the literature to add on our compounds, and we got 4 compounds. 3 from machine, 1 from literature. And we moved with 4 compounds. Those 4 compounds are the ones now we took into computational modeling that I'm going to describe. This is again to not stress you. What are we doing? We want now to have these 4 compounds
use a computational model, a computer, and confirm, do they really have anti-diabetic activity? What do? You create the compounds in a computer, you identify the targets. I want to go through that whole process, but you identify the target, then you dock. Docking means you allow the compound bind with the target. Then you measure binding affinity. That binding affinity is what tells us that whether there is activity or no activity. Now, that whole story I've summarized is that there are very many steps. But in brief, you have this compound, this is the target, bring it here, put them together, measure an outcome. If it is good, you say good. If it is not, that is the concept. Are you together? So I will not bother you again with this area. I'll go to the results. So the first thing we do here is one of the things we call Pink's rule of 5. Those who do drugs know. If you have something to be a drug, there are those 5 properties should you have. Is it small, that it can easily be absorbed? How many bodies and so on. So when we identified the 4 compounds, all of them had the 5 properties. And we said, good, you tick. So you are drug-like, or what we call drug-likeness. From there, we want the next concept. I'm not going to go through this data. Those of you are from this area would know. The first question is to identify the targets. We do a number of gene mapping and so on. So what are the genes involved in diabetes? So we go to what we call the gene bank, then get proteins, because you know genes form proteins, it is proteins which do the disease. So we first get the genes, and this is the story which I don't want to bother you. So when we did that whole work, we came up with 10 genes. Those are names of the genes. In this language, we say abbreviation. They are not abbreviations. They are there. So we came up with 10 genes which are involved in DNA. When you have this gene, that it means that chances are high you will have diabetes in that case. So when we got those 10 genes, we profiled them and ranked. And we found out the gene that codes for the protein TNF-alpha, then SR1, interleukin 6, EGFR. These are very important targets in diabetes mellitus. So we confirm, and we also use the literature to confirm, because other people have also said that these genes are relevant. Now when you do that, now we go to our compounds. Remember, I have 4 compounds in that case. We construct what we call a protein analysis. Let me come back here a bit. What do these genes do? Some of you are from again medical, you can know that diabetes can be due to insulin resistance. Hope you have heard that one. Obesity, insulin resistance, so those are stories. So we were asking ourselves, what do these genes really do? We found out that most of the genes were involved in insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is a hormone our body produces to reduce glucose. When they say insulin resistance, means that you have insulin, but it does not work. It could be due to hyperlipidemia, or fats in the body, and many other things. That's what we say that you have insulin resistance. So many of our things were like that. I also look back, but these are other mechanisms which help you to say, now my compound either works on insulin resistance, or it increases glucose absorption, or reduces glucose absorption, things like that. So when we now got the compound and put onto the protein, this is what we measure. You can look at this data. They are negative values because they are binding affinities. So what happens? On each of the protein, how was this compound interacting? I'll pick, for example, TNF. You will find that one compound had a binding affinity of -7, -7.3, -8, -8.5. The bigger the negative, the better. That's how we interpret it. So you would see that usually the cutoff is around 5, -5 carbon inside. So almost all our compounds in this plant, you would see they have a value which is greater than -5. Meaning that it has a higher potential to act on different targets in order to bring about the anti-diabetic property. And this is now the evidence that we are saying that in the computational modeling, which is now one of the techniques we are talking about artificial intelligence, what is improving, reducing cost and so on, we have demonstrated a proof of concept that really this plant has about 4 compounds, which 4 compounds independently bind to target and inhibit the development of diabetes mellitus. I'll spare you for this chemistry. This is a bit chemistry, some good chemistry to try to appreciate those interactions. So in conclusion, what am I trying to say? We have a proof of concept that in this plant there are some compounds that have antidiabetic activity and they really act by inhibiting various proteins as seen in that case. I want to go through these conclusions. I've been saying them in my presentation. These are my recommendations. First, we do our work for the community. So what do we tell people who are using this plant? And that's the message. There is need to protect this plant because it is under threat for different reasons. So the environmentalists and the community people should guard this plant jealously because it has a very huge medicinal potential. To the pharmaceutical industry, we are praying for you that there is some magic in this plant. Better think about it because it may be the next source of antidiabetic molecule. To the academicians, there's still more work to do to get a product from this, and there are many stories there. In the policymakers and regulators, we need to incorporate some of these conservation frameworks and so on and so forth. Definitely, every study has a limitation. And also there are limitations with this study. As I told you, we are not able to see beta amyloid in our analysis, yet it really exists. And there are other things that we would do. What are the ongoing works currently? We have now got another grant, and we have 2 students who are studying these compounds, now from computer to in vitro and in vivo, in test tubes and in animals. One of the limitations for computational work is extrapolating it to humans. Humans are biological systems, computers are computers. Not until when you have proved it in the biological system, that's when you can say it can work. So what we are doing right now is to try to validate this science in vitro and in vivo models. Chairperson, I'm using a lot of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give our presenter. I gave him a little bit more time because knowledge has reported from Uganda to Kenya. Any input, questions or comments that you could be having? Yes.
Thank you, sir, for this very insightful, powerful, robust study that you have just presented. So mine is just some quick additions as you work on your. This work is very good. As you continue with the project, you can now think of type 1, type 2 diabetes, because I understand the mechanism of type 1 could be different from type 2. Type 1 is dealing with the aspect of insulin, autoimmune aspect, then type 2 is insulin resistance. So that your objective number 3, which talks about the binding affinity to different targets, the targets could be different for the different kind of diabetes. So if you take account, you take that into account, that will be very good. Then another quick, that is just more of an improvement in terms of citations. Your slide number 2, you have cited Global Burden of Disease 2021. You can update and use the current ones. When you go to WHO database, we have even as late as 2023-24, then you become more recent. Otherwise, it's a very powerful study. I'll be looking forward to read the final document when you publish. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. for the work that you presented to us. I was about to ask you about the efficacy study, maybe an IOASA, any other form of assay, but still it is part of what you want to work on. I'm not really sure if you could be able to do an LD50 or an ED50 in the study, because the LD50 and ED50 can also tell us more in terms of the potentiality of the plant in terms of active ingredients. And believe from literature that IL-6 hormone, it normally has, at a resting state, it could also be able to mimic more or less of a DM kind of characteristics of maybe that kind of thing that also.
Thank you very much. These are very brilliant comments. You know, I believe in academic discourse, and everybody can contribute and make your work better. For instance, thank you for talking about type 1 and type 2. Again, as if you look at through this work, this is specific type 2. I mentioned about type 1 in passing, because the gold standard for managing type 1 is use of no substitute as of now. Unless you are going to come up with something which is insulin-like. But for type 1, the gold standard is administer insulin for insulin analog. So whatever we are doing in our work is to manage type 2 by through increasing insulin sensitivity, reducing insulin resistance, and many other things. But I agree for clarity. Regarding the citation, definitely I take it in good faith. This work was conceptualized in 2022, and actually so it has even graduated. So I'll change that. The others from my notebook, Dr. Fred, I really take them. I shall really work on them. Thank you very much. Oh yes, I want to from South Africa. Sure.
Thank you, Doctor. Very interesting presentation. The limitations on that machine to measure, you're measuring something. So would you have to buy another machine to do further tests?
It may not be buying another machine, but from a natural chemistry point of view, what we are thinking about is derivatization. Probably this compound beta amylin at the moment cannot be detected using just put into the machine, but convert it into a more detectable compound. That's the concept of derivatization we are thinking about right now. Also, the other thing, it could be probably that within our region, beta amylin does not form, because phytochemical composition is also environmentally determined. That could be another research question. Is it real? Because where they are being reported is not from within that geography. So such chance could also be that actually that compound is not formed in that region, which could also be less unlikely, but we can also give it benefit of that. The last one is again in conditions for extraction and analysis and so on. So we were not paying so much attention because it was not our compound of interest. So how we are extracting, preparing, drying, all of this could degrade the compound or make it low such that it's not detected. So the issue here, I can't confirm that we need to buy a new machine, but we just have to optimize the process for detecting it. And if we fail, then we could confirm one, that probably it is not produced. That would be our first guess, that the environmental conditions don't allow it to be produced and not the machine.
Can I comment? You know, typically we spend many millions in buying expensive equipment, but if you get a small group of engineers, I'm sure they can help you design equipment, because it all depends on what you're looking for.
Exactly.
So when you get your funding, you must think of something.
Exactly.
Probably another easy one is a sampling plant of different regions, analyzing and then so that you can be able to tell whether it is region specific or the machine. Yes. I don't know whether we still have another presentation. Do you still have a presentation? Let me say it has been a good afternoon sharing knowledge from different areas. There are those that were in education, there are those that were in nutrition, and we closed the day with the chemistry aspect. I think it is good sharing that we've done on this day. And I hope this knowledge can go a long way in terms of building the way we understand things and how we relate with our environment. Most of the researchers that we normally do come from the environment where we live. Whatever we see within our environment can be able to build a research. And of course, it can be able to give you funding. I know most people look at funding as a very big thing, but this purely funding normally comes from whatever we see. Currently, we have issues to do with unemployment. It is a big thing that we can be able to work on. And also, it's good for us to also look at what forms of collaboration can we make. You can never write a funding proposal alone, it will never work. But we can do it in collaboration, different organizations, different institutions coming together and working on a specific area that we really feel has a lot of impact in terms of attracting funding or creating an impact in the society. So let's have this conversation continuing. We've been here for a day, we still have tomorrow. Let's have a conversation around what can we be able to do in terms of knowledge and empowerment so that we can build, from research we can be able to now build many of the industries. We're looking at what Dr. has talked about. In the next few years, I'm very sure that there will be that there's a drug that can be used in terms of managing type 2 diabetes. So, another thing in terms of, we talked about knowledge management in nutrition. We'll be looking at persons being able to manage their diet in a very good way. And of course, enhancing the quality of life in that aspect. We've also talked about this being able in terms of the Paralympics. How well can we be able to ensure that the Paralympic and athletics is part of our DNA? And of course, issues to do with the knowledge management in Tibet. So all those are things that we can be able to look at. Otherwise, thank you so much, and may you have a blessed evening. Appreciate it.